All right, let's try this again, guys. What is going on, YouTube? What is going on, fellow fantasy people? And of course, what is up, the Catch fam? I do apologize, guys. Trying to get Madden up on the screen for the night so you guys could watch that, but more technical difficulties. So trying to get those sorted out, uh, throughout this weekend. So we'll see what happens. But nonetheless, man, happy to be here, guys. Happy to have all you guys here tonight. Started a little bit earlier than anticipated. Sorry to any of you guys who were waiting in the first stream that was uploaded, but nonetheless, here we are, guys. You already know what time it is, man. Late night Saturday stream. Gonna be a blast. Always is. So this is gonna be a good one, guys. Week 5. Week 5 of the NFL season is upon us. Fancy catch up. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Jerry, no, Madden is not working, man. I don't know what's going on, man. It's definitely aggravating, man. I like having that dynamic for you guys, but nonetheless, man, it is what it is. But just happy that I can get on the stream for you guys, and we can all hang out for the night. I'll probably play some Madden, but you guys won't be seeing it, unfortunately. But it is what it is, man. Fancy catch up. I'm drunk. Love you, bro. Love you too, man. Love all the Catch fam members. So, uh, Jerry joined the fantasy league, asking if Fancy Catch Up did. I don't think I've did get an invite. Oh crap! Did you give me your email, man? Let me check here. I think you did. Oh, I got a couple of you guys I need to email. Oh no. All right. Well, let me send the or the email to. All right, let me get a picture of that email. Yeah, we'll get you in there, fancy catch up. I got one or two other y'all need to. It's just through Sleeper. Just do the Sleeper app. I'll send you an email by tomorrow, man, to get you in there for sure. Starting Joe Burrow, Pollard, Connors, Adam, Thielen, and Chase, Schultz, and Chenault. I like that lineup a lot, man. Richard Glass, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. Good to see the Catch fam in full force tonight, man. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I hope everyone's doing great, man. Hope everyone's doing great. How was everyone's week? Let me know. I had a pretty good week. Kind of changing up the setup a little bit. I didn't really finish, but I kind of started. So I hope you guys, I don't know. It's not really that different for you guys. It's just more comfortable for me. But uh did want to let you guys know that I set up a Patreon page. It's in the description down below if you guys ever want to join. I don't know. I'm just kind of playing around with it. So I just kind of threw it together for the channel. So let me know what you guys think about that as well. Fantasy catch up. I can't decide between James Conner and Fournette. Uh, I think I like Connor more, honestly. Be quite honest. You should get me on the show sometime down the line. Yeah, we'll have guest appearances. Uh, Jerry, my week has been nothing but homework. I feel that, man. Feel that. Let's see here, man. I really wish I'm writing a 2-page paper right now and starting another 3-page essay on Monday. Yikes! I just finished a class. I'm all online, so just finished a class, man. So I know the hustle. Can It's not always funnest. All right, let's see. I'm gonna try and maneuver a way to get Madden uh, on here. I wonder if I have to have Xbox Live. Dang it. Someday, says Fancy Ketchup. Absolutely. Man, let me know how you guys are feeling going into tomorrow. I don't feel the best. I'm not going to lie. Uh, don't feel great about these matchups. I'm having to start Dalton Schultz and Mike Kasecki in mine and Stevens League, which is crazy. Get a sponsorship through them, bro. Through who? Let's see here. Oh gosh, I forgot that we have Sunday morning football, London football. I might try and I don't know. I don't want to commit to that. I might try and get up. I don't think anyone would be up to do an early stream, but I might try. So I'm projected to lose by 14 points. That's not that bad in mine and Steven's league. Uh, not bad. Could be worse. I've had worse projections. So, luckily, Manscaped. Yeah, maybe somewhere down the road, bro. Uh, would be awesome. So we'll see what happens, man. I won't be up for the early stream. That's 7:30 for me. Yeah, I figure most people won't be, Jerry. Finally, the Bears put David Montgomery on injured reserve so I could move him to my IR spot, which has been really messing me up. But I picked up the Colts defense. Listen, guys, they've got Baltimore this week, which is not great. But after that, they've got Houston, uh, which is great. So next week, they've got Houston. Then they see San Francisco, which is hit or miss with Trey Lance there, right? But after that, they see Tennessee, the New York Jets, and Jacksonville. Then they've got a very bad stretch between Buffalo and Tampa Bay. But then they see Houston, they have a bye week, and then they see New England. So uh, I'm very high on the Colts defense from a fantasy perspective. And I was happy I was able to snatch them up, man. I've had my eye on them for the past week or so. Right now, I've got the Pats defense in my lineup, but they see Dallas next week, and then they see the Jets, which is probably another good matchup. But outside of that, man, they don't have a lot of great matchups coming up. So I feel really good about picking up the Colts D and could potentially, drop the Patriots defense after this week. Or I might hold on to them just for that matchup versus the Jets. But let's see. The Colts that week have, that's the week that they have San Francisco. So I'll probably try and hold on to both of them actually. Fantasy catch up. Are you starting Sutton or Deontay Johnson? Bridgewater is starting. It's a good question, man. I mean, it's still not a fantastic matchup for the Denver Broncos wide receivers, and still not a fantastic matchup uh, for the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers as well. So you're kind of flipping a coin. I mean, the Denver Broncos have been very, very good against posting wide receivers this year. Um, but I think Johnson's been more productive than Sutton. So personally, I think that I would roll with Deontay Johnson. I take a gamble on him, man. Jerry, I feel really good about this week. Good. I'm glad to hear it, man. Glad that you're feeling better than I am. Richard Glass, what's going on with you, man? How you doing tonight? I hope everything's going well for you, man. Yeah, I just always look forward to the Saturday night stream. Still a bummer. Couldn't get Madden on here. Let's see. Huh, I wonder if I can. I might have an idea. I might have an idea. Man, Monday morning football. Richard just joined the Patreon. Appreciate that support, man. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I just kind of threw it together. I mean, I just thought uh it's one of those things, right? I mean, I just thought it'd be cool to put together, man. So I appreciate that support. And it's brand new. I still need to figure out some of the logistics behind it, but I appreciate the support, Richard, and I know Steven does as well. Jerry, I'm going to sleep tonight like it's Christmas Eve. Yeah, I feel you there, man. It's been a long week, but got to top it off with the late night catch fam stream, man. Cameron Brait or Evan Ingram? Juicy question here. Juicy question. Huh. I don't You guys know that I was pretty high on Ingram in the offseason and preseason. Um, I think he's got a pretty good matchup against Dallas. I mean, they haven't been good against opposing tight ends. I like Ingram this week more than I like Brait. I mean, Brait got good target share, over the last week or so. Miami is not very good against posting tight ends. New England is, and he still had about 5 points full PPR. It's not a bad matchup for Cameron Brait. And let's see. He's had 11 targets in the last 2 weeks. Let's compare that to our guy, Evan Ingram. Let's see here. He's at 12 targets, so pretty similar. Um, I mean, you're really looking at PPR value between the two guys, right? I mean, you're not, these guys, I don't want to say they're touchdown dependent because they're not really scoring touchdowns. They're just giving you, uh, that value from a PPR standpoint. So, yeah, yeah, I think I personally just based on the matchups. I think that I like Evan Ingram a little bit more than I like Cameron Brate. But Cameron Brate could be interesting. Could be, but I don't think I feel crazy about that. So I would rather roll with Evan Ingram if it was my roster personally. It's a good matchup versus Dallas. So I'm all about that, man. All right, let's see here. Richard Glass, appreciate you joining the Patreon, man. I just want to give you a shout out. Another shout out that is. Yeah, you should I got to figure out some more of the logistics. I mean, I'm new to Patreon as well. Uh but yeah, you should end up with a free sticker. Sorry, I know that's not the coolest thing in the world. We're going to work on some more merch as the year goes on and moving into next year as well. So, appreciate that, Richard. Jerry, hopefully I'll wake up to Henry running through the jacks. I'm sure you will. I don't think you need to have any worry there whatsoever. Richard Glass, Damian Williams, Damian Harris. Good question here. You guys know that I feel kind of iffy about my guy Damian Williams. I haven't felt great about him overall. I love this matchup for Damian Harris. He's due for a good game, right? The last 2 weeks have been tough against two, very good secondary or front sevens in New Orleans, Tampa Bay. So I would lean towards Damian Harris. I'm a little worried about how this Bears offense is going to roll out tomorrow. But if the Bears get in the red zone, I mean, Williams is going to have a chance to score. So we know that much. But I just don't feel great about it for whatever reason. I mean, I've already admitted that. I just, I might be wrong about this one, but I just have one of those weird feelings that he's just not going to have a great game. So if he does, then you guys will be able to torch me. It's all good. But I just personally, if it was my matchup, I'd be starting Harris. Fancy catch up DJ Moore or Jefferson in full PPR. I like both of those guys tomorrow. Um, Jefferson's got a pretty good matchup versus the Lions, but DJ Moore's got a good matchup versus Philly as well. I think that Carolina is going to have a pretty good outing tomorrow. He's coming off of his best game of the season, full PPR, just under 32 fantasy points. I think you keep riding this momentum of DJ Moore. This guy's might end up being fantasy MVP on the year. I mean, he's just absolutely balling out at the receiver position. So personally, I would roll with DJ Moore. Fantasy catch up. I'm not starting Derrick Henry. He's having just an average game, but I'm also DraftKings player. He's mad expensive. Yeah, I mean, he's probably the most expensive running back, I would assume, through DraftKings. But Alvin Kamara runs for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's your prediction? I mean, that is a fair prediction, man. I could see it happening for both of those guys. Chase Brown, what's going on, brothers? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic, man. Yo, what's up? So if Zeke doesn't play, do I play CEH or Damian Williams? Honestly, I feel like you could take a gamble on CEH. It's not a beautiful matchup versus the Bills by any means, but I look for this game to be relatively competitive and pretty high scoring and maybe surprising. I think this might be a game where the defenses, I mean, I know Kansas City's defense has been quite bad, but I look for this to be a game where the defenses get away from one another. Really, the Bills defense gets away from, Kansas City because I do think Kansas City has to stay competitive in this game. I could see the first half of this game being a little bit more defensive, but I think by the second half of this game, these teams are going to just turn it into a shootout, right? So personally, if Zeke does not play, which I see you saying, do I think Zeke plays? Because if he plays, I got to play him. I think there's a pretty good shot. I think we're going to see a lot of these types of injuries come up for players like Ezekiel Elliott throughout the season. So I think there's a good shot. But if he doesn't play, I would take a roll or a gamble on CEH. Richard Glass, I have Harris starting currently. I also have Corey Davis over Godwin because I'm hoping that the New York and Atlanta game is a shootout in London. Yeah, I mean, this is my thesis on the year that these London games, man, there's just no defenses there at all, right? I've got Corey Davis starting in both of my leagues, so that's the only reason I might get up early and watch that game. I like that start, Richard. I think it's a good start. I don't mind Godwin this week, but yeah, I think Corey Davis is going to have a good week. I think Jamison Crowder is going to have a good week. I think Patterson, Kyle Pitts are both going to have a good week with Ridley not playing. So I agree with you, man. I could see that turn into quite a shootout as well. And probably another good stat line for Zach Wilson, the rookie quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, right? Or not for the Atlanta Falcons, for the New York Jets. But, I think this could also be a good game for Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons. So we'll see what happens, man. All right, let's see here. Chase Brown want to play CH, but flexing Chenault right now. I like the start of Chenault versus the Titans, man. I think it's a great, beautiful, beautiful matchup for Chenault Jr. Fancy catch up. Chenault Jr., Tyler Boyd, AJ Brown. I'm assuming, or maybe that's Antonio Brown, or T. Higgins, flex, full PPR. I would roll with Chenault. I think it's the safest bet. I like Higgins and Boyd against Green Bay with an injured Jair Alexander, but overall, man, I feel like Chenault is just such a safe play after this DJ Chark injury. And just looking at the match between the Tennessee Titans, quite honestly, might be the worst defense in the entire league. I mean, I would start Chenault all day, man. I'm beating myself up for dropping him, although there's no way. I mean, we could have predicted the injury, right? But nonetheless, yeah, personally, I think that's who I would roll with. KA9, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. What's up with you, bro? Hope you had a good week. Let us know how you're doing, brother. It's good to see you, man. Chase Brown, that trade went through, and I get to play Pitts this week over Fant. I like it. It's probably a better matchup overall. And Teddy Bridgewater is probably going to play, so that's good news for you as a Fant owner, but still against Pittsburgh, who's not the best team in the league against opposing tight ends, but still, I mean, they're like 10th overall, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I like that play, man. I'm glad you. I mean, gosh, you got a killer trade, bro. I feel good since Ridley and Gage are out. Yeah, I agree, man. I think Kyle Pitts is going to see at least 10 targets in this game, if not more. Fancy catch up: Thielen, McLaurin, or Ridley full PPR. Well, Ridley's out, so don't buy Ridley, bro. He's out. He's not playing. Personal matter. He's not going to be playing this week at all. Between Thielen and McLaurin. Juicy question, brother. It's getting juicy in here very quickly. Let's check here. Let's take a look at Scary Terry because I think that's who I'm leaning. I mean, New Orleans, he's gonna face Lattimore. Ooh. Against some of the better teams, the Chargers and Buffalo, he's only fared 10 points overall in the season. I mean, New Orleans secondary is not good. I think you have to start Scary Terry, man. I mean, I mean, Adam Thielen's facing Detroit, man. I I don't mind that matchup either. I think they're both very good starts, but you know how we feel about Scary Terry here at the Catch. So I think that's who I personally roll with, man. Lucius, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight. Any faces out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But I do appreciate you guys just coming out to the stream and hanging out and throwing some fantasy Q&A my way. Need a sleeper running back this weekend. Excuse me. Don't trust Edmund to play standard league. Okay. Let's pull up the RBs, man. Let's see. Let's see what we can't find out for you, my guy. All right, let's see. Status, all players. Let's look at all running backs. Sleeper running back on the week. I like Damian Harris if he's out there versus Houston. Chuba Hubbard might be floating around against Phillies, a decent matchup. I like both of those guys. I honestly, man, if you're very desperate, think Mike Davis is actually a decent play versus the Jets. He's had at least 10 fantasy points in full PPR. You're playing standard. I'm sorry. Maybe he's not a great play because let's look at the stats here. I don't think he has not had a single rushing touchdown. He's only had one receiving touchdown on the year. I like James Conner this week, bro. Um, I like Zach Moss as well if he's floating around. Uh, you could take a big gamble on a Javonte Williams or a Tony Pollard, knowing that Zeke's banged up. Let me know what you think about those guys, homie. And good to have you out here tonight, man. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. And once again, man, any new faces out there, hope you guys consider becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But nonetheless, we just appreciate you guys coming out and showing support. Anyone who hasn't already, smash that like button. Go ahead and smash the like button. Let's try and get as many viewers in the Saturday night late stream as we can. Fantasy catch up, Deontay Johnson, Brandon Cooks, or Ruggs. I would roll with Johnson out of those guys. Ruggs might be a little sneaky, though. Jonathan, what is going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Flex, Cortland Sutton, Chuba Hubbard, Trey Sermon, or Zach Moss. I would roll with Zach Moss personally. Kansas City defense, non-existent. This is going to be a high-scoring game, in my humble opinion. I like Zach Moss a lot this week. I typically lean a little bit running back heavy, so I don't mind Chuba versus the Philadelphia Eagles. I think he's going to have a pretty good volume, and he's due, for a good stat line. So I like Chuba as well. I would stay away from Sutton. He's just been inconsistent as much as I like him. And Trey Sermon is a scratch for me, man. Just don't like that Niners backfield. So I would rate those Zach Moss, Chuba Hubbard, Cortland Sutton, then Trey Sermon. So thanks for the question, man. Let me know if you have any others. K9, who do you think is better, Najee Harris or Aaron Jones? It's a tough question. I like both of these guys quite a bit. But on the season right now, I would roll with Aaron Jones. But I love Najee Harris, man. And I think over time we might see it's a hard question to answer. We've got a very small sample size from Najee Harris. He's certainly extremely talented. I like both of those guys a lot. I think I'd lean a little bit towards Aaron Jones just due to how much he's already proven, right? Jerry, I just figured out that those are boxes of Funko Pop stacked behind you. Yeah, I think the new setup might help with some lighting and things like that. So yeah, we got Peyton Manning and Max Scherzer behind me, and then on you can't really see him, but Baker Mayfield's on behind my actual head this way. So yeah, I did pull out some of the pops, so we can get to that later in the night as well. Chase Brown, flex Damian Williams, Mooney, Boyd, or Damian Harris. Right now, I have Damian Williams. Quite honestly, man, I would take the gamble on Damian Harris against Houston. I like this matchup a lot, man. After that, I would probably consider Boyd, quite honestly. I don't know why I've got such a sketchy feeling about Williams. Mooney's coming off of a big game. It's a good matchup versus the Raiders. But I just don't know why I feel so sketched out by the Bears this week. I don't know why. I just do. One of those feelings, right? Chase Brown also have Cooper and wide receiver 1, but is questionable. Think he plays. I do think he will. He's another one of those guys. He gets a lot of cues by his name throughout the season, but I think he'll play. Carter Smith, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. A, B, Kenny G, or Amari Cooper, pick one. I would flip a coin between Kenny Galladay or Amari Cooper. Galladay will probably face a tougher corner than Amari Cooper, but I like this matchup. I think we're going to see a fair amount of points scored in this Giants and Cowboys, divisional matchup, right? I like Antonio Brown this week, all right, as well. I've got him in my starting lineup, but that's due to desperation because I have no receivers on my team and like 17 injured running backs. But I like that game script a lot for those two receivers between Kenny Galladay and Amari Cooper. Ray Gamer, what's going on, brothers? Good to see you as always. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight, man. Thanks for coming out. Start 2 for standard scoring. Keenan Allen versus the Browns. Corey Davis versus Falcons. CEH versus the Bills. Marvin Jones at Titans. Chenault at Titans or T. Higgins versus the Packers with no Jair Alexander. All right. I think Keenan Allen, although it's a tougher matchup, is a good play this week. I do. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look in terms of red zone targets and just Keenan Allen overall and how he's been faring. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a tougher matchup for Keenan Allen overall, but I like him this week, man. Uh, Gosh, he only has one receiving touchdown though, in terms of standard. I think I could see Corey Davis getting in the end zone. I like Chenault Jr. a lot this week, but I like him more from a PPR standpoint. So I think from a standard standpoint, I would probably roll with Corey Davis and T. Higgins as I think they have the best opportunity to score. And then I would kind of rank Keenan Allen and CEH next, once again, based on an opportunity to score. And then Marvin Jones. Gosh, I guess I could see Marvin Jones scoring as well. But Marvin Jones and Chenault based on PPR. But that's going to be a game with a lot of points. That's a tough question, man. A lot of good receivers. Think they all, and one good running back as well. I think they all have a good shot at getting the end zone over the weekend. Richard Glass, I have Allen and Diggs with a stack with Fant as my tight end. I have Knox on my bench, but thoughts on that being too much of a stack? Yeah, this question has kind of come up throughout the week. Think you could take the gamble. And I think as long as it's PPR, I don't think it's going to hurt you too much. I mean, Dawson Knox, my must start tight end of the week. I mean, I can't advise against you not starting him, but I understand the strategy of maybe too much of a stack, right? Maybe the concern around that. But I think as long as it's PPR, you can take the gamble, Richard. I think it's gonna. I mean, the only thing there is maybe the rain. If this game, if the weather gets too bad, I mean, it's a Sunday night game, so it's gonna be hard to monitor, right? Uh, oh, it's tough. I think that's the only thing that would, potentially make me, vote against starting all three guys because I think outside of that, man, this is gonna be a high scoring affair, and I think Diggs, Allen, and Knox are all gonna have a good day. Chase could start Madison if Cook doesn't play too. Nice. I like that. Mac Burns, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. Need 3 out of Deontay Johnson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Chris Godwin, and James Robinson. Tempted to bench CeeDee and Godwin. I like Jamar Chase this week. I think it's a very good matchup. No Jair Alexander. I think this Green Bay defense is pretty good, but I think that Chase is going to have a good day. I think that this secondary is going to get exploited. Yeah, I like James Robinson, man. And between Deontay Johnson, CeeDee Lamb, and Chris Godwin, right? I like all three of those guys. I think that quite honestly, you can end up flipping a coin between those guys. I think that they give you relatively similar value, but Chris Godwin's got a pretty good matchup overall. Miami's defense has allowed. Oh wow, I mean, they've actually been a little bit better than I realized. I still feel like he's probably going to face Avion Howard. He's probably a good bench, but he's always got the opportunity to score, man. But I think that Deontay Johnson could have a good game as well, and I think CeeDee Lamb could. So it's hard to say there. But I think Robinson, in terms of a standard league, is a good start. Jamar Chase has gotten the end zone plenty of times this season as well. So I think that they're very good starts. And I think, yeah, between those last 3 guys, you could, roll a 3-sided dice or something. They're all very good starts. So it's a tough question. Ray Gamer. The person I'm playing against has Dak at QB. Should I play Dawson Knox versus the Chiefs in the rain, possibly, or Dalton Schultz versus the Giants? I mean, I have both of those guys on my must-start tight end list for the week. So I think that they're both very good plays, Ray. It's hard to call, but if you're rooting against your opponent, sometimes it hurts you when you go with this strategy of just starting the opposite player from a different team. But sometimes it works out to root against your opponent and just bench Dalton Schultz. So I like both of those guys a lot, man. I'm starting Schultz this week, but I don't have the option of starting Dawson Knox. If I did, I'd probably roll with Knox, quite honestly. Nate Penny, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight, man. Lots of new faces out here tonight. Hope you guys all consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But nonetheless, I do appreciate you guys just coming out and hanging out for the Saturday night late stream. Jalen Hurts or Darnold? I like this question. I do. I like both of these starts quite a bit, but quite honestly, I think that you have to roll. I mean, Carolina's been good, against opposing quarterbacks. They've been great as a defense as a whole. But I think we could see another game like we saw last week, which would also, prompt Sam Darnold as well as a good start. I like both these guys a lot. Um, it's a tough call because even if Jalen Hurts has a bad game, he performs well from a fantasy standpoint, right? Uh, I like both of those guys. Let us know in the chat for Nate Penny. Would you rather start Jalen Hurts or Sam Darnold? I like the game script for both of these quarterbacks quite a bit, Nate. So it's a tough call. And definitely a very good problem to have as well. Dama, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Trade Chuba and Jamar for Boyd and Chase. Have Terry and Diggs with Michael Thomas in my R slot, and my running backs are Dalvin and Clyde. Chase Edmonds. Okay. I. Hmm. I wouldn't. I don't think I would. I think I would hold on. I would. Let's look. I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Dalvin Cook. I think that you're getting an upgrade at the running back position on the season with Chase Edmonds over Chuba Hubbard. And then I think you're getting a little bit of a downgrade losing Jamar Chase for Tyler Boyd, but you're still getting a good piece of that Bengals offense. So it's a tough call. I think the answer is, you have Scary Terry and Diggs, and you got Dalvin Cook and Clyde. So you've got two solid RB1s, two solid wide receiver ones. So it just depends on where you're looking to have more depth and upgrade, right? Would you rather keep Jamar Chase and have the upgrade at the receiver position, or would you rather get the upgrade at the running back position and gain Chase Edmonds? So I think it's an okay trade either way, but it just kind of depends on where you want to be. Fantasy catch-up. Daniel Jones, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins are sneaky. Trey Lance. Man, roll with Danny Dimes. I do think Ryan Tannehill could have a sneaky good week this week, but roll with Danny Dimes, right? Jordan Householder, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. I have Corey Davis in my flex, but want to start Madison if Cook is out. What should I do? Davis plays at 9:30 a.m. Yeah, it's very tough because we're not going to know the status of Dalvin Cook in time to make the decision. So I think Corey Davis is going to have a really good day tomorrow. Quite honestly, I would just start him. I know that's a tough call, but I think he's a lock for a good day. Where with Madison, we just don't know what we're going to get, and we're not going to know, right? Let's see here. Gosh, Cook is really disappointed this year. I'm just trying to see if there's any updates. I mean, it's a game time decision. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, we're just not going to know. I think Corey Davis is going to have a good day, man. I think maybe you just roll with Corey Davis, but it's a tough call. Let's see here. Fantasy catch-up. Pull the trigger. I got offered Jefferson and DeAndre Swift for Dalvin Cook. Yeah, I take that trade. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's tough losing Dalvin Cook when he's healthy. But the way Swift has been playing all season long and then the upgrade at receiver, yeah, why not? Nate Penny, Flex Gibson, Thielen, Hopkins, Lamb, or Swift. Personally, I would roll with Swift. Gibson's got a bad matchup versus the Saints. I don't mind Thielen this week or Hopkins or even Lamb for that matter, but I think the way that DeAndre Swift has been playing, if you're in the position to flex him, then I think he's a fantastic flex this week. And he's got Minnesota. I know he's questionable. Yeah, Minnesota has not been great against opposing running backs, so I would start Swift. But I always lean running backs. I'm biased, man, but I think DeAndre Swift's a good start this week. Jerry, what was the reason behind drafting Lamar? Why did we draft Lamar instead of another quarterback? I often wonder that as a Lamar owner. This is a good question. I looked at a lot of stats from the last 2 years, and I still think Lamar Jackson's going to have a good season overall. And I don't think he's having a bad season. I read this crazy stat today about Lamar Jackson. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I meant to screenshot it, but he has uh, more combined yards himself this season than like 10 teams in the league have in total offense. And that's the reason. I mean, he is the Ravens' offense, right? He's always going to be productive. He stays healthy. I mean, the guy I wanted was Kyler Murray. And I kind of wish I took a shot on him earlier. He got drafted like 5 or 6 picks before I picked Lamar. Uh, but I knew that Lamar was kind of in the next tier of quarterbacks I wanted. I'm still happy with that selection. I think he's going to have a better season as the year goes on, Jerry. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from for sure. Spencer, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, Spencer Stern. Hope you're doing great tonight, man. Always happy to have you here, brother. I hope you had a good week, man. KA9, how do you think AJ Brown is going to do? Well, it's a good matchup. Jacksonville's awful in the secondary. I think he's going to have a great game as long as he truly is fully healthy. I think he's going to play very well. Tom Lamb, what's going on, man? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys subscribe tonight and become part of the Catch fam. And I hope everyone who's in the stream is smashing that like button as well, getting some new viewers and the Saturday night late stream. Yo, I got Saints and Panthers defense on the waiver. Who should I pick up for this week? And then Sam Darnold. Yeah, I mean, I think Sam Darnold is a great waiver pickup. Between the Saints and the Panthers, hmm. I'm assuming you're asking which one to start. I mean, I think the Saints have a good shot against the Washington football team, but I also don't mind. I think Carolina's got a good shot against Philadelphia. I mean, it's two almost similar teams in some senses in their own NFC East, right? Uh, I think you can flip a coin between those two defenses, quite honestly. Uh, hmm. Let us know in the chat. What do you guys think? Panthers D or Saints defense? I view them kind of in similar fashion. I mean, they're facing pretty good offenses who have the ability to also cause turnovers. So it's a tough call. Let us know, guys. Panthers or Saints on the week? Mac Burns, Deontay's targets will probably get him in the lineup. Also need to decide on Hurts versus Dak. Leaning on Hurts. I don't really know what Kellen Moore is doing with that offense. I think Hurts is going to have a good game, man. Um, but it's a better matchup for Dak. So I like both of them this week. I think it's a good problem having both of those quarterbacks this week. Excuse me. Mr. Grapefruit, what's going on, brothers? Good to see you tonight, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. Good to have you here as always, man. Colts D or Panthers D rest of season. I have Broncos, but I want to add one more. Hey, if you missed the beginning of the stream, I was talking about the Colts defense. Dude, I just picked them up in mine and Steven's 12-man league. I love them on the rest of the season, man. I mean, I don't mind the Panthers at all. They're a great defense. But listen to some of these matchups coming up for the Colts, okay? I mean, they're already defense ranked number 7 overall. Uh, After this week, they see Houston, then a iffy matchup versus San Francisco. Maybe if Trey Lance is in there. I don't know. I still feel pretty good about Trey Lance. So I don't know if I like that matchup. But Houston, week 6, then week 8. Tennessee, week 9. The Jets, week 10. Jacksonville, 2 tough matchups, week 11. Buffalo, then Tampa Bay in week 12. But then week 13, Houston, a bye week. And then New England in week 15. So a lot of good matchups for the Colts defense. I think they are a very solid team to have rostered, especially if you already have the Broncos. I think they're a great number 2 defense to have right now, man. Luis, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic, man. Think Mixon will start. Yes. I feel like he's going to, and I mean, I don't want him to. He's playing against me, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a game time decision. Let's see if we don't have He went through a workout Saturday morning, is trending towards playing in some capacity. So let's see. Yeah, he might have to split some carries, but I think he's going to be out there nonetheless, man. KA9, do you think Zeke is going to play tomorrow? I do. I truly do. He's one of those guys who always has question marks. Let's see here. Avery, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Is Devontae Parker playing because of not need to hammer Waddle? Let's go ahead and check if we've got any updates on our guy, Devontae Parker. Let's see here. Questionable shoulder and hamstring. Limited practice Wednesday through Friday. He's basically a game time decision. I think Waddle, quite honestly, is probably the better start. And it's a worst secondary in the entire league. So I think either way, you'll be okay there. Luis, if Mixon doesn't start, should I start SP or Madison? Also picked up the Steelers defense. Any thoughts? Well, first of all, with Madison, you want to make sure that Cook isn't playing as well. But outside of that, is SP in regards to Samaje Perine? So basically, the reports coming out are that if Mixon doesn't play, it's probably going to be a split backfield for Samaje Perine, whomever else the other running back on the Bengals is. So I don't know how much I like that start. I would rather take a gamble on Madison, quite honestly. Steelers defense. I mean, I love their front seven. Sorry, sending a quick text to our co-host Steven, but I think it would have been a better matchup if Drew Lock was playing over Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, I like them overall. Don't get me wrong. Let's see. Let me pull up who they are playing in the next coming weeks. That is, I apologize. I mean, they've got Seattle next week, so it's a good matchup. Against Geno Smith potentially. Outside of that, after that, they're going to see Cleveland, Chicago, Detroit, the Chargers, Cincinnati. I like them in some of these matchups, but I don't feel crazy about them on the season. So I'm kind of torn there because I want them to, be a lot better than they are, and I feel like they should be. But overall, I just don't know if it's there for me, man, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, that's where I stand there. I don't know if that was a great answer, so I do apologize about that. All right, let's see here. Well, Wild Prodigy, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Hope you had a great week. And let's get into the question. I'm in a pinch. Who should I start in the flex? Kadarius Toney, AJ Green, or Tim Patrick? I actually like all three of those guys, to be honest with you. I was leaning away from Tim Patrick on the week, with the injury to Teddy Bridgewater, but I'm not as upset, now that Teddy Bridgewater is going to be out there. It's not the best matchup possible versus Pittsburgh. That's kind of what scares me more there. I actually like Kadarius Toney against the Cowboys. I think he's got another shot to have a good game. Looking at AJ Green, though, at least 13 points in full PPR over the past 3 weeks, and actually a pretty good matchup against San Francisco, kind of middle of the pack in the secondary. So I feel like AJ Green's the best start, which is kind of crazy to me, but uh, I feel like that's the best start out of those three guys. But I do like all three of those guys. I think that's a good problem right there. Uh, Also, should I start the Steelers defense or the Panthers defense? think the Panthers have a better shot of causing the turnover or two against Jalen Hurts and company. But uh, I mean, Teddy Bridgewater's been pretty efficient. Um, Steelers are going to have a better chance in terms of getting sack and fumbles. So, if your league gets points for sacks, then I think the Steelers a better start. If not, I think the Panthers are a better start. Luis, not going to keep them rest of the season. I'll be dropping Steelers after week 5. I appreciate your response. Of course, man. That's what we are here for. And well, hold on. Let me check. Let me make sure. Um, let's see here. They do play, Luis, they do play Seattle next week, and I like that matchup with Geno Smith out there. So I would consider holding on to them in week 6 and potentially streaming them against Geno Smith and company. I think that might be a good idea, man. All right, KA9. Thoughts on my team? My QB is Kyler Murray. My running backs are Ezekiel Elliott, Darrell Henderson. Wide receivers, Devontae Adams, Tyler Lockett, Justin Jefferson. My tight end is Darren Waller. My kicker is Matt Prater. My defense is the Colts. I mean, I think your team is absolutely stacked, man. I wish my team looked that way. So yeah, I think you're doing great, man. I would give that team a solid A overall. I like that team quite a bit. Luis, I'd start Steelers because Teddy is out. Is Teddy out? I think that he is actually he's playing. I think he is. I thought he was going to be out, but yeah, last I've checked and the last updates I've got is that Teddy Bridgewater is playing. He's questionable at the moment, but yeah, he's expected to play. So keep that in consideration. Teddy Bridgewater is expected to play versus the Steelers. Connor, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Great to have you here in the Saturday night late stream. Daryl Patterson or Johnny Taylor. I like both of these guys this week for sure. But I think Patterson's going to have a great game, man. And the thing with Cordero Patterson is that Jonathan Taylor's got a pretty good matchup versus Baltimore, actually. But I like both of those guys quite a bit, actually, Nate, to answer your question. But I'm all about this game script for the Jets and the Falcons. I think we're going to see. There's no defense on either of these teams, right? So I think I would personally roll with Cordero Patterson. All right, let's see here, Connor. Emmanuel Sanders, Gainwell, Damian Harris, full PPR, or Chuba Hubbard. Sanders has a good chance to have a good game. The weather might affect the Bills and Chiefs, but overall, man, I like this matchup for Damian Harris quite a bit versus Houston. I would rank those guys respectively. Harris, then Sanders, and then probably Gainwell due to his PPR value, then Chuba. Although Chuba's going to see good value overall. Nurse Mindy, let's see here. Hope you're doing great tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. PPR pick for both RBs, 2. Allaire, Mike Davis, Murray for flex, Beasley, Galladay, or another one of those running backs. Okay. Personally, I don't feel great about Latavius Murray. I think that Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Mike Davis are better starts, although Clyde Edwards-Helaire a tough matchup versus the Bills. But I think Mike Davis, surprisingly, is going to be a safe start this week versus the Jets. He's had at least 10 points in full PPR in the last 3 weeks. So I like where he's at. And I would consider starting Mike Davis this week, which I haven't been a crazy big fan of him. Outside of that, I like the game script for Galladay and Beasley, but I kind of have one of these feelings about Clyde Edwards-Helaire this week. And I do think he's going to have a good week overall. So I would say if it was my lineup, I would roll with Mike Davis for whatever reason. I just feel good about that matchup. The Jets are just not going to be existent defensively, and neither are the Falcons for that matter. So I like the start of Mike Davis, and I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire although it's a tough matchup, I just have one of those feelings that he's going to have a good week and see the end zone as well. But if you don't feel good about the matchup, then I think both Cole Beasley and Kenny Galladay are going to have positive game scripts as well. Jason, start Cooks or Ayuk. Man, it's a bad matchup for Brandon Cooks versus the New England Patriots. I would be staying away from him. In terms of Brandon Ayuk, it's not the best. Well, actually, it's a pretty good matchup versus Arizona. Uh, they're actually pretty bad. Now, we just don't know about the chemistry between Ayuk and Trey Lance, right? I mean, Ayuk's had 11 targets in the last 3 weeks. It's not the best. He's only had 6 receptions in the last 3 weeks as well. So I don't feel good about him. I mean, it's a very tough matchup, for Brandon Cooks, but I do think that just due to volume purely, it's a pretty decent matchup, actually. Well, it's not a decent matchup, but it's a pretty good game script just based on the fact that the Houston Texans will have nobody to throw to but Brandon Cooks. It's a bad matchup on paper versus the New England Patriots defense, but I think between those two guys, just due to volume, I would personally roll with Brandon Cooks. All right. Marcus Lee. Which one of these wide receivers should I bench tomorrow between CeeDee Lamb, Allen, or Davis? I'm starting Jefferson regardless. I think that's a good idea. I like all three of those guys. Keenan Allen has the toughest matchup overall. Um, CeeDee Lamb, I mean, he's been a little bit disappointing as of late, right? A lot of targets to go around in that offense. But I like this game script versus the Giants this week quite a bit. I mean, it's the best defense he's faced. Actually, no, it's the worst defense he's faced since week 1 versus Tampa Bay. Uh, so, yeah. Huh. I just like the game script in a divisional game. Gosh, his targets have just gone down tremendously since the first 2 weeks. Uh, it's a tough call there. Ooh, I think just Corey Davis has the best game script, man. I'd be highly surprised if Corey Davis has a bad game, and very disappointing because I'm starting him in both my leagues. So it sounds crazy to say, but I think I like Corey Davis the best. But I really like Keenan Allen this week, man. He's been on a very consistent pace. I think if you don't want to lean on Corey Davis, that Allen's a good start as well. I like the game script for Lamb, but he's just been inconsistent right now. But yeah, you should absolutely start Jefferson, of course. Mr. Matt J. Kim, what's going on, man? Sad day for us Kittle holders. How do you like Zach Ertz's matchup this week? Yeah, I like the matchup, and you're right, man. Shout out to all of the George Kittle owners. We feel for you guys. It's a sad week for you guys for sure, losing Kittle for a little bit. Uh, but nonetheless, I mean, Carolina kind of middle of the pack against posting tight ends. Talked about Goddard and Zach Ertz overall, right, in the must start tight end stream. And yeah, I think Zach Ertz is a good start this week. I do. He's relevant again. So yeah, I don't mind that matchup. Wild Prodigy, I drafted CMC, but he's injured. Yeah, I drafted him too, man. I feel your pain. What do you think about Zach Moss? I picked him up, and he's going against the Chiefs defense that's allowing the run. I could pick up Pirine, but Mixon will probably play. I like Zach Moss a lot this week, man. This is a guy that we talked about a lot throughout the week on this channel. And yeah, I think he's going to have a good week, good game versus Kansas City, man. So I think it's a fantastic start, and I think you have the exact right idea to go ahead and start him versus the Chiefs secondary and defense as a whole that's played very, very poorly so far on the season. So yeah, I think it's a great start, man. I wish I had as good of a replacement for CMC as Zach Moss. I'll put it that way. Great start, though. I think I would rather start him than Samaje Perine. Aiden, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Welcome to the stream, man. Hope you stick around for a little bit and have a good time. I have Brandon Cooks, Allen Robinson, Antonio Brown, Amari, Corey Davis. Which two do you start? I think the volume for Brandon Cooks is certainly going to be there. It's a decent matchup for Antonio Brown, as Mike Evans and Chris Godwin should get a majority of the pressure from a pretty good Miami secondary, right? But But I think the two best game scripts are going to be Corey Davis versus the Falcons, and this London game. Right, I just don't see a lot of defenses showing up. So I like Corey Davis quite a bit. I like Antonio Brown too. Like I said, I don't think he's going to see a lot of the defensive pressure. But I do also like this game script for Amari Cooper, divisional game, right? I think that these two teams are going to want to go out and put up a lot of points. So uh, I would leave Allen Robinson out of the mix. Brandon Cooks, I think it's a bad matchup on paper, but I think due to volume, we could see a solid stat line because he is the only player that the Texans can throw the football to. So, nonetheless, if it was my lineup, I would be starting Corey Davis, and then I'd be kind of considering Antonio Brown, but probably at the end of the day, putting Amari Cooper out there. And don't forget that last week, Antonio Brown, had a touchdown that he didn't haul in, and he had a big play called back as well. So he could have had a much better stat line last week overall. James Martin, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. I'm trying to trade Kareem Hunt and half PPR. Any idea of good targets, preferably a running back? I would hold on to Kareem Hunt, quite honestly. Why? Let me know, James. What are your concerns around Kareem Hunt? I want to hear them first, because I feel like it's going to be hard to get more value, a better value than Kareem Hunt by just trading him alone for another running back. So let me know, what's making you feel some type of way about our boy Kareem Hunt. Chase Brown, Patriots usually shut down other Texans number one option. Would be a bit worried for Cooks. Yeah, I mean the Patriots do a fantastic job. Bill Belichick does a fantastic job historically of taking away the opposing team's X factor, right? And Brandon Cooks is not only the X factor, he is the only factor on the Texans. So I think it's a great point chase, and I mean I could see due to volume, right, him finishing with a solid stat line, but you're right. Historically, the Patriots have a very good opportunity to just completely take our guy Brandon Cooks out of this game. So I'm worried as well. I just think on the flip side, just due to volume, he could see a pretty good stat line as well. Nicholas, hey man, stuck on this. Would you trade DJ Moore, James Robinson for net for DK Gibson and Allen Robinson? No, I wouldn't. Quite honestly, I would not. I think James Robinson is trending in a better direction than Antonio Gibson. Russell Wilson's injured, right? For the next 5 to 6 weeks. Geno Smith is going to be throwing the football to DK. I think on the season, DJ Moore is probably going to have a better season overall. And I'm not a fan of Allen Robinson whatsoever. And I think Fournette is still a good flex option when needed. So if you're asking me, Nicholas, I would not do the trade. I would hold on to DJ Moore, James Robinson, and Fournette all day long. Let's see here. Jade St. Louis, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Trade Najee Harris and T. Higgins for Nick Chubb and Stephon Diggs, 12-man full PPR. Stuck on this. This is the way I would look at it. You're getting an immediate upgrade at the receiver position, and I think it's pretty equal value at the RB position with the way those two offenses, the Steelers and the Browns, are playing. I like Nick Chubb a lot, man. I like Najee Harris a lot as well, but I think it's a good trade because I think you're getting an upgrade at the receiver position. I think Stephon Diggs as a wide receiver one will be much more consistent on the season. So yeah, I think it's a good trade. Um, if you feel more conviction in Najee Harris is the only part that might beat you up, but I still think Nick Chubb's going to have a good season overall, man. I do like the trade. I like the fact that you're getting Stephon Diggs over T. Higgins. Still like T. Higgins quite a bit. Uh, but I don't hate that trade at all. Let us know in the chat what you guys think of Jade's trade there. Najee Harris and T. Higgins for Nick Chubb and Stephon Diggs in full PPR. Would you guys do it or not? Any new faces out there, man? Hope you guys consider subscribing tonight. Hope you guys become part of the catch fam, and anyone active in the live stream right now. Hope you guys go ahead and smash that like button if you guys already haven't done so we can bring some new viewers to the Saturday night late stream as well. All right, let's see here. Steve Johnson, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. T. Higgins, Kareem Hunt, or Damian Williams at flex. Full PPR. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I like T. Higgins or Kareem Hunt more than I like Damian Williams. I mean, for whatever reason, I don't have a good feeling about Damian Williams. So that's just my own conviction, and I'm not sure why I'm leaning that way, but it's just how I feel right now. Outside of that, I like Kareem Hunt quite a bit, but it's a bad matchup versus the Chargers. But it's not the worst matchup. I think I would take a risk on Kareem Hunt out of those guys, to be completely honest with you. But I think it's a good problem. I think that they're all pretty good flex options overall. All right, let's see here. Pukes2X, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. One PT PPR pick 2 wide receiver and 1 flex. Lamb, Jacoby, Mike Williams, Beasley, Ayuk, and Gainwell. Let's see. So pick 2 wide receivers. Man, I think Jacoby Myers is a good play this week, a very good play versus the Texans. I would start him. Then I just don't think you can get away from Mike Williams with the ceiling he has on a weekly basis. And then I would take a chance on CD Lamb. I know he's been a little bit disappointing, but I would take a chance on him, man. And if you don't feel good about that, then I would throw Gainwell in there. He's got a decent matchup. But actually, it's not really that great of a matchup. I think I would roll personally Lamb, Jacoby Myers, and Mike Williams. I think that's where I would lean right now. Although Beasley's got a pretty good matchup as well. Steve Johnson says, do that trade, Jade. Chase Brown, I like that trade, Jade. Yeah, I think I do too, guys. Rio Goated, what's going on, brother? Good to see you as always, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. It's always great to have you here, my guy. Let's see here. Chase Brown, that wide receiver upgrade is too nice. Yeah, I think I agree there. Ari, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Lots of new faces out here, guys. Make sure you guys are becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Make sure everyone is smashing that like button so we get as many new viewers in here as possible. Do I trade Diggs for Zeke and CD Lamb? I feel like I'm overthinking this. I don't think you should. Wait, for Zeke and CD Lamb. I'm sorry. I don't hate that trade. At first, I thought it was Diggs and Zeke for CD Lamb. I was like, no, I don't think you should do that. But I don't hate that trade. I think that Diggs has been a little bit more consistent, but I still like CD Lamb as a wide receiver 1 on the season. I think that the value of Zeke is quite good. So once again, let us know in the chat, guys. Let us know for Ari. Would you guys trade Diggs and Zeke? Excuse me. Would you guys trade Stephon Diggs for Ezekiel Elliott and CD Lamb? I'm interested to get your guys' feedback, but I don't think it's that bad of a trade, Ari. Thanks for the question. Let me know if you have any more, please. Jade, okay, thanks, y'all. Accept that trade. Yeah, I think it's a good trade, Jade. I'm happy that you came through and got our opinion, my opinion and the Catch fam's opinion. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good trade for you, bro. Wow, Prodigy, Dalton Schultz in place of Tonyan. Yes. You guys know I love my guy Robbie T, but he just has not been consistent this season. He's extremely touchdown dependent. He's not performed like he did last season. I think there's still time for him to turn it around. But right now, I would roll Dalton Schultz. A good matchup versus the Giants. He's on a good pace. He's been pretty consistent outside of like week 2. So yeah, I like Dalton Schultz this week, Wild Prodigy. Chase Brown, I'm going to be mad if Damian Williams pops off when I bench him. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, guys. I might be wrong on this whole Damian Williams feeling, but I just don't feel great about it. I don't know why. So maybe if you guys have your own conviction in Damian Williams, take a chance on him. But I just don't feel great about the start this week. and has more to do with the Bears' offense than anything. Steve Johnson, all right, thanks. Absolutely, man. That's what we're here for, brother. Let me know if you have any other questions on the night. We're gonna be cooling, guys. It's a Saturday night late stream, everyone. We're gonna be here for a minute. So if you guys got questions, get them out, man. Throw them out. We're gonna be cooling for a minute. All right, VCG, full PPR, and good to see you. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Brandon Cooks, T. Higgins, or Jalen Waddle at the flex. I like this question. I think Brandon Cooks, due to volume, could have a decent stat line like we've gone over, but it's a bad matchup versus the Patriots. We know historically Bill Belichick takes away the X factor of his opposing team, and there is no other factors on the Texans. So I think we set him this week. Jalen Waddle, a great matchup versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. T. Higgins coming back off injury. No Jair Alexander for the Packers. No secondary really for the Packers. I like him as well. Uh, I think it just take a chance on Waddle due to the matchup against the worst secondary in the league in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I think that's who I would lean with, but I don't mind T. Higgins at all. But I would sit Brandon Cooks this week for sure. VCG. Thank you for the question. Jordy Cusco, good to see you. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Opting for Williams over Cook this week. Worried about limited snaps for Cook. Flexing Godwin over Hollywood Brown and Myers. I like those moves, but I also don't mind Myers versus Houston. Just due to volume alone. If it's full PPR, man, Myers could end up having a very good night. Let's see, Chase Brown. But I have a feeling Raiders defense dominate the Bears, so I can see where you're coming from, John. Yeah. Uh, uh I just don't feel great about the Bears right now, and I want to, man. I've got Justin Fields in my 20-man league as my backup quarterback right now, and I want them to play well, and I want Damian Williams to be good for you guys who went out and got him because he's going to be the RB1 for the next 3 to 5 weeks, right? And I want our guy Montgomery to come back, but I want you guys to benefit from picking up Williams if you did. Uh, I didn't have the opportunity to get him, but I want it to work out for you guys. I just have a weird feeling. I just don't have a good feeling about it, but I also had a okay feeling about starting Alex Collins, and he only had like 8 points. So I don't know, man. Don't let me always be your guys' final verdict. Really, it's just my advice that I'm trying to think about and talk about from all angles with you guys, and hope to lean your conviction one way or the other. But just understand, man. I'm going to get things wrong. I'm going to get things right. And if you guys have your own gut conviction, I never want you to stray away from following that conviction, right? Steve Johnson, Danny Dimes or Jay Herbert. I like both of these guys this week, man. I think Danny Dimes is facing a very bad defense overall. I think he will have a good week. And for our guy, Justin Herbert, right, starting to get back to what we saw him do last season, I think this could be a little bit of a shootout versus Cleveland. Uh, but Cleveland's been pretty good defensively overall. I think I would take the chance on Danny Dimes this week versus the Cowboys. Richard Glass, what's going on, man? We'll have to let your partner know you recommended Gainwell for something. Yeah, Steven's been very high on Gainwell, but I can let you know that he's primarily high on Gainwell because he loves these handcuff situations, and he talked about Gainwell. I mean, if you guys are really bored and have nothing good to do through life, then you can go back and listen to one of our first episodes on the NFC East season preview podcast, and he talked about Gainwell pretty early on in the offseason preseason. He's liked him, so I'll give him credit there. And I haven't felt great about him, but he has. I mean, last week, and I told you guys, this guy's done nothing right outside of that one game, and then he went off and had a good game last week. So you're right. We will have to let Steven know that we recommended Gainwell. Good catch, Richard. Aaron Reborn, what's going on, brothers? Good to see you tonight, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. It's great to have you here as always, man. Steve Johnson says, do that trade, Ari. Yeah. I don't hate the trade. I truly don't. I think it's pretty good trade as well, Ari. James Martin, T. Higgins or Chenault. Man, it's just such a good matchup for Chenault Jr. It's a beautiful matchup. This Titans defenses, they're just doo-doo guys. I think that Green Bay's secondary is going to, unless someone steps up, going to be much worse without Jay Alexander. So I like T. Higgins this week as well. I think you could honestly flip a coin, James. CEG1212, what's going on, man? It's good to see you tonight. As always, great to have you here. I traded Najee and Pittman. I got Devontae Adams. What do you think? Huh. Huh, 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 huh. Yeah, I think it's okay. You got Devontae Adams, bro. You got the best receiver in the league. So don't sweat about it. As long as you're confident in your other running backs, I don't hate it. I don't hate it one bit, man. Jerry, I already saw your comment. Start, bench, cut, Superman, Batman, Flash. Let's get into DC talk. Uh, if you can look very, very closely behind me, you can see some of the comics on the wall. There is a row of DC comics. It's I'm trying to show my finger. Wow, I have to do everything reverse. It's right above where my finger is. Some Batman comics hanging out back there. All right, let's see here. Well, don't worry, Jerry. We got plenty of time to get into some Funko Pop and Marvel talk throughout the night, on top of the fantasy Q&A and Week 5 NFL action as well, brother. Brad Montgomery, what's going on, man? It's good to see you as always, brother. Hope you're doing fantastic. What's up, man? You like Jamar Chase going forward as a wide receiver 1 or 2? Yeah, I do. Whether you start him as a wide receiver 1 or 2, I don't think we bench Jamar Chase until we see this production stop. And quite frankly, I don't know if it's going to stop. The chemistry between him and Joe Burrow is for real. He doesn't care about the no LSU Tiger Stripes on the football anymore. Oh, wow, I just dropped my phone, guys. But yeah, Brad, I'd start him all day long, every week until we see this production come to a halt. So yeah, I feel confident in that. Aaron Reborn, everyone like the stream, enjoying the catch, fam. Appreciate that support, Aaron. Yeah, any new faces out there, hope you guys consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the catch, fam, and smash that like button, man. It truly helps the stream get out to new viewers tonight as well. BCG, all right, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate you coming through. If you got any other questions, throw them my way, brother. Marcus Lee, should I start Lamar Jackson over Herbert tomorrow, week 5? Don't you guys feel like Lamar Jackson's due for a big game? I kind of feel that way. Pretty good matchup versus the Colts. Don't hate the matchup for Herbert, but I got a good feeling about Lamar Jackson. I think I have to because I own him, right? But let us know in the chat. Do you guys think Lamar Jackson's due for a big game? I do. I think he is. Let me know in the chat. Jace, what's up, brother? It's good to see you, homie. Should I start Schultz or Knox? I like both of these guys a lot. You could flip a coin, but Dawson Knox is my must-start tight end on the week. If he has a bad week, all you guys are going to hate me, but I love this matchup. I know it might be a rainy game, all that stuff, but he's on a very good pace until we see this production come to a halt. I mean, even if he starts to produce half of what he's been producing, he's still a fantastic tight end 1. I like Dalton Schultz as well. It's a good matchup versus the Giants. I don't think you're going to have a bad start either way. But Dawson Knox must start tight end on the week. I can't stray away from it, man. Steve Johnson, okay. Danny Dimes for the dub. Let's go. I like it. It's a tough call there, man. If you guys considering Justin Herbert, it is a relatively. I mean, Cleveland's been good against. They've been good defensively and good against opposing QBs, but I still just feel like, for whatever reason, I mean, he's probably going to have a good stat line no matter what, right? But I feel like Danny Dimes, I feel like this Giants-Cowboys game is going to be pretty good fantasy-wise from the quarterbacks. VCG, Latavius Murray, Kenneth Gainwell, or Myles Gaskin at RB2. It's not a great matchup for Latavius Murray, and really his ceiling isn't really above like 10 or 11 points, right? But Kenneth Gainwell, not a great matchup versus the Panthers as well. I would throw Myles Gaskin out of the conversation. I would honestly, I think that Gainwell and Murray have a pretty similar ceiling. Murray versus the Colts, and then Gainwell versus Carolina versus Panthers. Right? It's a pretty even matchup. I think you could flip a coin between those two guys. I think Kenneth Gainwell gives you more potential PPR value than Latavius Murray, who's you're really depending on a touchdown, right? And if the Ravens get in the red zone, he's got as good of a shot as anyone to score a touchdown down there. So I think you could flip a coin, VCG, between those two guys. But I would take Myles Gaskin out of the conversation. I don't feel good about him at all right now. Yanks D02, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Start 2. Brandon Cooks, Myers, Allen Robinson, or Crowder. Quite honestly, I would definitely start Myers versus Houston. I think it's a great matchup. Brandon Cooks, same game. Bad matchup versus New England. I would probably bench him for this week. Don't feel great about Allen Robinson at all right now, guys. I really don't. Jamison Crowder, a very good matchup versus the Falcons. If it was my personal roster, I would have Myers and Crowder in there. But thanks for the question. Let me know if you have any others on the night. Marcus Lee, should I start Lamar Jackson over Herbert tomorrow, week 5 games? Yep. I think I would. Once again, man, let me know in the chat. Don't you guys feel like Lamar Jackson is due for a big game? I kind of feel like he is. Aaron Newborn, I think Myers should have a decent game. I agree, Aaron. Justin Hammonds, love the hustle. Appreciate that, brother. Truly, truly appreciate that, dog. Let me know if you got any more questions on the night. Wild Prodigy, you think Cobb will have an effect with MVS out? I do. I feel pretty good about Randall Cobb. My co-host Steven does not. And I mean, he was brought to this team for a reason. I think this could turn into something. I've got him in my 20-man league. I feel good about it. I'm eyeing him in mine and Steven's 12-man league, where I'm hurting at the receiver position. Yeah, to answer your question, I do think this could turn into something, but we want to see a larger sample size and continue to monitor the situation. But yeah, I like it, man. I like where it's heading. Let's see, Yanks D02. Do you think who do you think wins this trade? Herbert, Damian Harris, Hopkins, Thielen for Najee Harris, Ridley, Higgins, and Trey Lance. Thanks, man. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough call, brother. Herbert versus Lance. I think Herbert probably be more consistent on the season. You're getting more, wide receivers on the second half of things. Man, but Najee Harris, Ridley, Higgins, and Trey Lance still looks very good. Wow, that's a tough call. I think from a consistency standpoint, oh wow. Yeah, that's tough. That's quite tough. Huh. That one's got me stumped. I like both sides, quite honestly. I think I would lean on the side that has Najee Harris, though, because I like Najee Harris far more than Damian Harris. But I feel like I like Hopkins and Thielen more than I like Ridley and Higgins. But I still like Ridley and Higgins a lot. So, and then I feel like from a consistency standpoint, I like Herbert more than Trey Lance. But I like both sides of that, man. That's a very tough one. That's a tough one. But I think I'm leaning towards the side with Najee Harris. Jordy, new to the channel, just want to give you a shout out. Great channel, in it for the long run. Thanks again. Absolutely, man. Appreciate that support. It means a lot to the channel. Make sure you stay tuned, man. We have a lot of streams with my co-host Steven as well. A lot of Steven does his own solo videos. I do my own solo videos, do my own streams. So just stay tuned, man. Hit that notification bell. Appreciate your support, man. And Saturday night late streams are always funnest, man. So make sure you come out to these and feel free to throw me any more fantasy Q&A. But I do appreciate the shout out, brother. Truly, truly means a lot, man. James Martin, I have Russell Wilson. Do you think Sam Darnold is a good waiver QB? Abso-freaking-lutely, man. Sam Darnold needs to be rostered in all fantasy leagues, even if he is your QB2. He should absolutely be on all fantasy rosters. He should not be available on the waiver wire. I would go pick up that gun slinging son of a biscuit who is leading the league and rushing touchdowns, which is absolutely bonkers. He's my QB2 to Lamar Jackson in mine and Stevens league. He looks fantastic. He's a top 5 fantasy quarterback right now. Is there time for that to change over the next couple of weeks? Yes, there is. Don't get me wrong. We're only 4 weeks in, about to be 5 weeks in. But I don't care, man. The statistics right now are showing that Sam Darnold needs to be rostered, even if you play in a 6-man or 8-man league, quite honestly. So Yes, I do think that he's a good option, and I think he's a great replacement if you're dealing with the injury to Russell Wilson, to answer your question, James. So, yes, go put in that waiver right now. I think it will tremendously benefit your team. Jared, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Galladay or Allen Robinson this week? PPR help. My bad, bro. I see that you got in the live stream twice, live chat twice, I should say. I would say Galladay all day long, Jared. Galladay, a very good matchup versus the Cowboys. I think it's a good game script. We saw what he did with the increase in targets with the injuries to Shepard and Darius Slayton last week. So I like Galladay this week. Even if one of those two guys does play tomorrow, I still think he's a good play just due to the game script overall. I don't feel good about Allen Robinson, although it's a decent matchup versus this Raiders secondary that's been pretty vulnerable. I feel more confident in the consistency from the Giants offense than I do from the Bears offense. So to answer your question, Jared, if it was my roster, I would personally roll with Kenny Galladay. Wild Prodigy says Sam is a good pickup. Yeah, absolutely agree with you, man. I think he's a fantastic pickup. Yanks D02, thanks. I did decide with Najee in the league, and some league mates thought I got robbed. And I think I'm going to go with Crowder as my wide receiver too. And why no hope in Cooks versus Pats with Gilmore gone? Well, to answer your question, man, first of all, historically, Bill Belichick and the Patriots do a masterful job at taking away the opposing team's offensive X factor, right? And that is Brandon Cooks. But also, Gilmore, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't played at all this season so far. And the Patriots are still one of the best teams in the entire league against opposing wide receivers and opposing tight ends. Their secondary has played very, very well. So I worry about Brandon Cooks. Now, on the flip side, just due to volume alone, I do think that Brandon Cooks could see a decent stat line from a PPR standpoint because he is the only person there. But what Bill Belichick does to these big play opponents, these guys that were used to playing very well, is scary for this matchup, right? I'm pretty scared for the Texans overall, who got the shit kicked out of them last week, right? So, yeah, to answer your question, man, I just think with what Bill Belichick does historically, then looking at the stats on the season for this Patriots defense against opposing wide receivers, it scares me, overall as a whole. And Gilmore really hasn't played this year at all, right? So that doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, that would be my answer to the question, brother. John Simmons, should I trade? And by the way, Yanks, yeah, I do like the side that you got. I don't think you got robbed by any means, bro. Najee Harris can be a very good addition to your roster. John Simmons, should I trade Najee for Swift and Devonta Smith, or Swift and Waddle, or just keep Najee? By the way, my wide receiver two is Kadarius Toney, while Shepard, Judy, and Michael Thomas are out. Ouch, you are hurting at receivers, man. Um, I don't mind the trade for Devonta Smith and Swift. Sorry, that I was almost getting those names backwards. But yeah, I really like Najee Harris, as we just discussed with her boy Yanks D02. But I don't think it's a bad trade, man. If you need a wide receiver one, I think I'd rather have Devonta Smith. I don't mind Jalen Waddle as well. He's got a fantastic matchup this week. I think he is going to have a better week, this current week, but I think on this season, I like where Devonta Smith was. He was available in mine Stevens 12-man league, and I really wanted him off the waivers. I kind of let him sit a little too long. He did get picked up by another team, but he had a very good performance last week. It's relatively tough matchup, although JC Horn is out this week for the Panthers, right? But I don't mind the trade, man, if you're hurting at receiver. I hate to see you lose Najee Harris, but I think that Swift is a good replacement, and I think that it's a good upgrade if you're hurting that badly at receiver as well. Whether you go with Devonta Smith or Jalen Waddle, if you're hurting that badly at receiver, I don't think it's a bad trade overall. Great fantasy Q&A tonight, guys. Keep it coming. Jared, thank you. Absolutely, brother. You're welcome, man. If you have any other questions, please throw them my way, man. Happy to answer them for you guys. All right, let's see here. Yanks D02. True, Belichick will focus on Cooks, and Danny Dimes is my other quarterback, so I think I'm going with him over Lance this week. But I think He's got to take over year long. Yeah, I agree with that, man. Um, I like Trey Lance down the stretch for sure. I just want to see one full start and a little bit of a sample size, but I think having Danny Dimes there is great, man. Eli Greenfield, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Great to have you here. Conklin or Knox? I would roll with Dawson Knox between those two guys all day long. Dawson Knox, my must start tight end on the week. Great matchup versus Kansas City, whether it's rain or shine out there, man. I love this matchup. I truly, truly do. I would roll with Dawson Knox all day long, especially just looking at him versus Conklin, right? Conklin, I don't know how consistent we're going to see him play. I mean, I would love for him to come out and be a consistent option for everyone, but personally, the way Dawson Knox is playing, you have to start him, man. His stats on the last couple of weeks are just insane. It's natural to see some sort of regression, right? But yeah, I don't mind where he's at whatsoever, and I don't mind that matchup whatsoever, man. So yeah, that's where I would roll, brother. Good question, Eli, and please let me know if you have any others on the night as well. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Yanks D02. One more. Start two. Mike Williams, Marvin Jones, or T. Higgins. T. Higgins and Marvin Jones have great matches, but I just don't think you can bench Mike Williams. His ceiling consistently on the season has been far too high. Thanks for the help. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome, brother. Between Marvin Jones and T. Higgins, Marvin Jones, of course, facing Tennessee. It's a beautiful matchup. He's been a little bit quiet. He's due for a good game, so I really do feel good about Marvin Jones this week. But T. Higgins, another good matchup. Jair Alexander-less Green Bay Packers team. I like where they're at, man. And Yanks D02, I would probably flip coin between Marvin Jones and T. Higgins and definitely start Mike Williams. JRX, Mike Williams is a must start, and I might take Higgins. Yeah, I like those takes, Jerry. LeBron Raymond, I'm sorry. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing fantastic. Good to have you here in the Saturday night late stream week 5 fantasy Q&A. Would I be an idiot for playing Patterson over Dalvin this week? I also have Aaron Jones and already played lock in my flex. No, I don't think you're an idiot whatsoever. This type of production we're seeing out of Patterson is quite phenomenal. And I will keep rolling with it until we see it come to a halt. And even if he starts to produce at half of what he's producing, it's still going to be fantastic. Calvin Ridley's out of this game, right? Playing the Jets, who actually have been pretty good defensively. They've been better than advertised, better, a little disrespected on the season, but nonetheless, in these London games, I don't see any defenses showing up. You guys are going to hate me if I'm wrong about this, but it's just how I feel about it. And I would exploit this matchup from all angles. And I think that Patterson is going to have a very good game. And of course, Dalvin Cook is questionable, right? It does hurt that you played Lockett in your flex. And you don't have the option to put Dalvin Cook in there if he is a game time decision. So that's kind of the problem with Dalvin Cook. Same problem we had just a week ago, right? But no, I don't think you're an idiot at all, LeBron. I don't mind that at all. I truly don't. I think Patterson's a good play on the week. So yeah, it's a good question, but I don't think you're an idiot whatsoever. Good question. Let me know if you got any new faces out there. Hope you guys are considering subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch Fam. And everyone, go ahead and smash that like button, man, so we can get new viewers to the stream tonight. Wild Prodigy, final question. There's no final questions here. You guys ask me as many questions as you need to, really about anything, especially Saturday night. You can ask me about anything. Final question. I have Eckler and CMC, but picked up Zach Moss in place of CMC. I'm hurting in the RB position, but I'm liking Moss. Is Moss the best pickup? Yeah. Guys, I feel great about Zach Moss right now. It's a great matchup versus Kansas City. That's a fantastic replacement if you're dealing with the Christian McCaffrey injury. I love this play. Yeah, I got nothing but good things to say about Moss right now. Great flex player, a great RB2 on top of a guy like Austin Eckler, man. I think it'll work out for you, Wild Prodigy. And I would hold on to Moss even after CMC comes back, quite frankly. Eli Greenfield, Chuba Hubbard, Hunt, Hollywood Brown, Damon Williams, pick 3. Hoo-hoo. You guys know I don't feel great about this Damon Williams play. It's just a weird feeling that I have, weird gut feeling. So if you're asking me, it's Chuba Hubbard, Kareem Hunt, and Marquise Brown. That's just where I'm leaning. And yeah, I think that's where my gut is telling me to stick with. Hollywood, what's up, man? It's good to see you. It's always great to have you here. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight, man. Hope you had a great week. Good to see you rolling through. All right. Kyle Pitts or Dalton Schultz. Ooh, this is tough. I talked about both these guys in my must start tight end segment with Steven earlier in the week. I like both of these guys quite a bit. Kyle Pitts is going to see an increase in targets with Calvin Ridley out. He's had a great target share on the season. He just needs to do a little bit more with those targets. But I think it's going to be a good matchup versus the Jets, who I like we just talked about. I don't think either defenses are going to show up in this London game tomorrow. If I'm wrong about that, you guys are really going to hate me. So I like Kyle Pitts. I think he's a very strong start. I had him in the must start segment, but I also had Dalton Schultz versus the Giants. He's been on fire lately. It's a good matchup versus the Giants. It's a good game script in a divisional game. I like both of these guys a lot. I think you could flip a coin and still have a good outcome either way. I think you could start one of these guys as your tight end and flex the other and still have a good outcome. So it's a very tough question. Let us know in the chat, as I see some of you guys already replying to Hollywood. Kyle Pitts or Dalton Schultz? Eli Greenfield says Pitts. Jerry says he's riding the Schultz train. Let us know in the chat, guys. Who would you start if it was your roster? Kyle Pitts or Dalton Schultz? LeBron Raymond, thanks, man. Absolutely, brother. That's what we're here for. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night. Jerry, almost at 250 subs. Let's go, Catch Fam. Community is growing day by day. I do appreciate all of you guys. Appreciate all of the support to the channel, and my co-host Steven appreciates it as well. So yeah, Jerry, great shout out, brother. I love seeing this community grow and the Catch family grow day by day. We did set up the Patreon group as well, so if you guys are ever interested in that, that link will always be in the descriptions down below. So check that out. And we're going to have some merch opportunities throughout the season as well, and heading into next season also, and the off season. Off season, we're going to have all kinds of stuff going on. So yeah, appreciate the support, man. And I mean, all I really care about is you guys coming out to the live streams and subscribing, man. I mean, that really helps out the channel. But don't expect anyone to go and join the Patreon or anything. It's just there as an option if you guys do want to support the channel. But truly, subscribing and coming into the live streams, being active in the live chats, hitting the like button, man, that helps the channel tremendously, guys. So I really just can't emphasize how much I do appreciate you guys, and Steven appreciates you guys. Man, it's just crazy watching this community grow, man. It gives me chills every time I talk about it, man. Wild Prodigy. Okay, it's never a final question. Oh well, yeah, it truly isn't, man. You can always think of something when it comes to your fantasy roster. Carr or Rogers? This is a good question, man. This is a tough one. Huh. So Carr's got Chicago. It's not the best matchup. It's not the worst. It's not great. Huh. A-Rod. Mr. Office T-shirt himself. Mr. Long, flowy hair has got Cincinnati. Once again, it's actually a tougher matchup than you'd think. I think I'd personally roll with Aaron Rodgers this week. Let's know in the chat for our boy Wild Prodigy. Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers? Carr's got Chicago, and Aaron Rodgers has got Cincy. I think it's a relatively tough call there, but personally, I think I'd be rolling with A-Rod. Jerry riding the Schultz train. Hell yeah. This guy 12 got to go Pitts because you drafted him. Yeah, that's probably true too. It's good to have conviction in the players that you went out and drafted. And I like this matchup for Kyle Pitts quite a bit, guys. So I don't mind that whatsoever. Hollywood, I feel like it's now or never for Pitts, but Schultz is tight end 3 on the season so far. Yeah, I like both of these guys, man. Uh, both of them in my must start tight ends on the week. So yeah, I feel good about both of those guys. Absolutely. Well, Prodigy, I felt it too. Aaron, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, I think is going to have a pretty good week overall, man. I truly like where he's at, and both of these, for Carr and Rodgers aren't the best matchups overall, actually, right? Cincinnati and Chicago, which is, uh, I don't know, man. I think you could go either way, but I think if it was my personal roster, that's who I'd be starting for sure. Is Aaron Rodgers, that is. But it's hard to say. All right, let's see here. Jerry. Let's see. I just lost the. Sorry, Jerry. I lost the chat, brother. All right. I like the way my team looks right now. I know if I start asking too many questions, I'm going to make changes. Yeah, that's what I always end up doing, man. I just go back and forth. I think of it from every angle, right? Which is usually more helpful for you guys, right? But then in my own head, looking at my own rosters, I'm all over the place. I'm like uh, that meme with Charlie from It's Always Sunny when he's pointing at the conspiracy board. That's like me every week with my fantasy lineup. So yeah, I feel you there, man. Just enjoy the stream. Don't think about your own roster too much, brother. Wild Prodigy, Carr is a great bench for me. Absolutely. Yeah. Keep him, man. He's a great player to have as a QB2. Nicholas, what's going on? Good to see you tonight, man. Who would you start, CEH or James Robinson? Ooh, I think James Robinson. I still like CEH this week, man. Um, Robinson versus Tennessee, I feel like is a good matchup, man. Let's see. Yeah, the Titans defense has been very bad through the air. Not as not as bad against opposing running backs, but personally, I would still roll overall with James Robinson. But I think CEH has a good chance to score actually, although the Bills have been very good against opposing running backs. But I got one of those feelings about CEH this week. So yeah. Hollywood. I feel like Aaron Rodgers has the higher floor. Uh, but Carr has the higher ceiling. Just my opinion. Yeah, it's a good opinion, man. I don't hate either of these starts. I just think if it was my roster, I'd be leaning towards Aaron Rodgers. Ryan, I'm currently at work and just lost my sense of taste and smell. Don't know if I should tell my boss because I need the money. Damn, man. Uh, well, I hope everything's works out for you, man. I hope you're safe. Hope you're healthy, brother. Hate to hear that, man. And I know that's a tough decision between uh, your health and other people's health and work and everything, man. A lot going on, man. So nothing to say, but I hope you're well, brother. And yeah, you should probably speak up and all that, man. But regardless, brother, hope that you're healthy, hope that you're safe, man. And you should, it's not going to hurt. And you should, I think you'll be fine either way in terms of if you tell your boss. I do think that they'll take care of you and everything, brother. But much love to you, brother. Hope you're healthy. All love from the Catch fam, man. So, hope you feel better and buy some essential oils and just start sniffing them all day long, man. And I'm being serious about that. That should help actually. Christian, Noah Fant or Kyle Pitts? I would lean towards Kyle Pitts. I think he's got a better matchup, man. And in terms of Noah Fant, it's a worse matchup. I like both of these guys, but we're on this Kyle Pitts train, man. Let's see. CA Oxide, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Robbie, Naheem, or Singletary in PPR? Good question. I think you got to lean on Naheem Hines here, man. I think Robbie Anderson, we just haven't felt good about, man. Right? And I like Singletary. It's a good matchup, but I don't think he's going to get you much PPR value, right? I think Naheem Hines just gives you the best PPR value, CA. All right, let's see here. Good question though. Let me know if you got any others on the night. Thanks for coming out nonetheless. Christian, if I asked on Wednesday DK Metcalf or Mike Evans, who would you have chosen? Probably DK, quite honestly. But I've got I love DK Metcalf. So that's probably who I would have rolled with. Let's see, Andrea, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Allen Robinson or Chuba Hubbard in PPR flex. I've been really betting against Allen Robinson. So I think I would lean towards Chuba Hubbard just due to volume and a little bit of a better match. Well, just a good matchup in general on the week versus the Eagles. And what it should be a pretty high scoring game between the Panthers and Eagles. So I think I like Chuba. Let us know in the chat, guys. Allen Robinson or Chuba Hubbard on the week. I just don't feel good about this Bears offense, but I'd like to get your guys' opinion and see if there's anything else, or just because I'm biased against the Bears defense, if you guys have any other thoughts about that overall. Trey, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Good to see you. Hope you're doing. Hope you had a great week. Crowder or Latavius Murray in PPR. In PPR, I think you take the chance on Crowder versus the Atlanta Falcons in this London game. Right, it should be a good game script from a PPR standpoint. I don't mind Latavius Murray, right? But I think from a PPR standpoint, he doesn't give you much value. He's very touchdown dependent. It's not the best matchup versus the Colts for him. I think that Crowder is a better flex option this week. And I think that the ceiling's going to be higher for Crowder over Murray as well. Jerry, I don't know how I feel about the Ravens running backs. Yeah, other than Lamar Jackson, right, Jerry? I don't know how I feel about them either. I don't mind Murray as a flex play for desperate running back position or even the flex position, right? But overall, I just don't think from a PPR standpoint, Latavius Murray does a ton for you, right? So, I think Latavius Murray would have to get in the end zone like twice to really feel good about the stat line overall. So it's tough to say. Andrea, thanks. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome. Nicholas, thanks, man, for the feedback. One more on the flex. CEH, AJ Brown, or Fournette. If AJ Brown is healthy, then I think you start him versus the Jaguars in PPR. It's a great matchup. Then I like CEH and then Fournette. That's where I would stand between those three guys. I think AJ Brown's in due for a good game. Trey Murray had 18 carries last week. Yeah, I do think he's the RB1 and the RB to own in that backfield, right? And yeah, it's a little of a sketchy situation. We've seen Tyson Williams get tossed out the door. Le'Veon Bell's floating around. Lamar Jackson's going to take a lot of value away as well. But I do think just from a PPR standpoint, man, I think that Crowder's a better option, right? Now, if Latavius Murray goes off and gets in the end zone twice, then we're probably going to feel bad about that call, right? But it isn't. This Colts defense is like 7th on the season overall, right? At least from a fantasy perspective, but they're pretty stingy up front, right? So it's not the greatest matchup for Murray as well. But I like Murray. I think you should keep him on your roster. I think he's the running back to own in that backfield. But overall, I think between those two guys, that's who I would personally roll with. All right, Wild Prodigy, Tony, best receiver on the Giants right now. I'm struggling choosing Tony or AJ Green. I'm leaning towards AJ, but who knows? I also like Kenny Galladay's value right now within that Giants offense at the receiver position, while our guys Darius Slayton and Sterling Shepard are sitting out. But I think I'm leaning towards AJ Green as well. Let us know in the chat, Catch Fam. AJ Green or Tony. I think I'm leaning AJ Green as well, though. It's a good question, though, Wild Prodigy. Trey, appreciate it. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, appreciate the question, man. Let me know if you got any others. It's a tough call. I don't hate Latavius Murray, but I just think from PPR, Crowder is probably the better option and a better game script as well. CEA Oxide, A-Rob has got to turn around as Fields gets more acclimated, but you can't start him yet. Yeah, I agree, man. I just don't feel good about it, man. I haven't been high on Allen Robinson this season, man. My co-host Steven owns him, right? And he has felt awful about that start. on a consistent basis. I just don't feel good about this Bears offense right now, like whatsoever. He's the wide receiver one, but Mooney's been playing better. It is a pretty decent matchup against Vegas, but it's also just tough in terms of we don't know exactly how they're going to roll out with Justin Fields again. Uh, so it's just tough. We know what Allen Robinson can do, but this Bears offense is a mess, man, especially with our boy David Montgomery being out, man, which is a total freaking bummer. But I don't disagree with you. So it's a good call there, CA. All right, let's see here. So yeah, we are doing a mid-season D catch fam fantasy draft. For those of you who are interested, I'm going to send in the chat right now the catch fam email. You guys can send me your email and I'll get you invited to the chat or to the league. Excuse me. We've got about 7 open spots, and we're trying to draft before week 6. So I'm in there, Steven's in there, and we've got a couple other members of the Catch fam. So if you guys are interested, send me your email. And actually, I've got less than 7 spots. Let me double check. Yeah, we've got so that would make 6 open spots. Let me just make sure. 5. Yeah, so we only have 5 open spots right now, if I'm not mistaken. But if you guys are interested in playing, send me your email. It's first come, first serve. And yeah. Yep, that's all we've got left. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, 5 more spots open, guys. So if you guys want to play in the midseason Catch Fam League, email me your email at the email that's in the chat. First come, first serve. Only got about 5 spots left, so I do apologize to anyone who gets left out. But we will have a much larger draft for the Catch next year before the season actually starts, and we might actually run 2 leagues. That way we can get plenty of you guys involved as well. But just want to throw that out there for tonight's stream as well. And shout out to everyone, who did kind of make that idea become a reality, right? And I'm super stoked for this. Really looking forward to it, guys. Alex Wagner, what's going on? Hope we're doing fantastic tonight. Rank for this week: Damian Williams, Damon Harris, Chuba Hubbard, Antonio Gibson, full PPR. You guys know I've been a little murky about my guy Damian Williams, but honestly, I think Antonio Gibson's the worst start. It's a bad matchup versus the Saints, like a very, very bad matchup. Okay, and he's a little banged up, so I'd probably put him last, then Damian Williams, then Chuba, and then Damon Harris. So I went last to first. So first to worst, I would put Damon Harris versus Houston, Chuba Hubbard versus Philly, then Damian Williams versus the Raiders, and then I'm scared about Antonio Gibson versus the Saints this week. I truly am. So I'd put him last. That's a good question, though, Alex. Wild Prodigy, let go of KJ Osborne. Was that the right decision? I still have Jefferson, Cup, Green, Debo, Patrick, and Tony. Then yeah, I think that's the right decision. I like KJ Osborne's store. Or what did I just say? I like KJ Osborne still, but I don't know how great I feel on the season, man. I've got him in my 20-man league. I dropped him in my 12-man league. I needed more value and better value out there available. In my 20-man league, I think he's worth holding on to. But yeah, looking at your other receivers, especially being that you have Justin Jefferson, man, you should just be rooting for him all the way. So yeah, and I think the rest of your receivers look great. Even if you're, kind of scared about Tony, right? Yeah, I don't think you made a wrong decision there at all, man. Trey, Damian Williams or Jacoby Myers in PPR. Dude, Jacoby Myers versus Houston is a gorgeous matchup. I would start him all freaking day. I got no problem with that start whatsoever. That would be my start if I had to choose between the 2 guys. Alex Wagner, the shin scares me. Yeah, Oh yeah, for an Antonio Gibson. Yeah, it does, and it's a very bad matchup, like a god awful matchup versus the Saints. So, yeah, I would be scared there too. West 305. Noah Fant or Gasecki and full PPR. I think I'm leaning towards Gasecki. It's a good matchup versus Tampa Bay. I'm starting him this week if that makes you feel better. Um, I like Noah Fant every week, but it's a tougher matchup. Pittsburgh, the 10th best team against opposing fantasy tight ends right now. So personally, if it was my roster, I think I'd be leaning towards Mike Gesicki against Tampa Bay. It's a gorgeous matchup, man. They are awful against opposing tight ends. So, yeah, Wes, it's a good question, but I think I would lean with Gesicki. Aaron Reborn, hey bro, I was going to ask what app would we do the draft on? It would be the Sleeper app. So I think it's called Sleeper Fantasy League when you go to the App Store. Let me pull this up. Let me pull it up. Yeah, it's called Sleeper Fantasy Leagues. That's what we're rolling with. So uh yeah, Sleeper. Sleeper Fantasy Leagues. That's what we'll be doing it through. Let me see here. Aaron, did I already get you in the draft, or do I still need to send you an email? Let me know, bro. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving out anyone who already got me their email. Let me see. Did I already get you in there, Aaron? Let me know, bro. Great fantasy Q&A tonight, man. You guys are killing it. You guys truly are. I downloaded it today because I normally use ESPN Fantasy. I don't think. Oh shoot. Let me check here. I thought I hit you back, bro. Let me check though. I'm gonna go ahead and send these emails out so I'm not missing anyone. Yeah, it looks like I did send you the link, homie. Uh, so let me know if you have any problems with it, bro. And I'm happy to assist in any way I can. Let me see if I can't get these other couple of emails out. Let's see here. Trey, last one. Appreciate your time. Of course, homie. Damian Williams or Fournette. Man, I feel so bad because I'm just keep saying don't start Damian Williams. And I mean, it's still a pretty good matchup. Don't get me wrong. And he's an RB1 by all means. And it's a better matchup for him than it is for Fournette. So actually, here, I think I'd lean towards Damian Williams for once, the first time on the night. Uh, so yeah, let me know in the chat, guys, Fournette or Williams, because I think I'm leaning Williams, but it's kind of tough, kind of tough. All right, let's see here. I'm going to send out a couple of these Catch Fam emails. Make sure I'm getting you guys in the league. Let's see here. Yeah, and if any of you guys are interested in playing in the Catch Fam official league, mid-season league, right? Then please let me know. I'll make sure you guys get an email as well. We got a couple spots left. Like I said, it is first come, first serve. Wow, I've been finding that it's very hard to multitask right now. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. Sorry, guys, got a little bit behind. Off from sending one email. Aaron, I don't think I was added. Let me send you another email, my guy. JJ, what's going on, homie? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. What's up, bro? Should I start Trey Lance or Darnold in standard leagues? Oh, that's tough. I think I'd lean towards Darnold, quite honestly. But I do like Trey Lance, quite honestly, as well. It's tough. Let us know in the chat for our boy JJ. Trey Lance or Sam Darnold? I think I'm leaning Darnold on that one, though. Andrea, I lost Kittle, so I picked up Dalton Schultz. PPR, is that a good pickup? Absolutely. It's a fantastic pickup. Yeah, 100%. Dalton Schultz, top 5 tight end right now. So, yeah, absolutely. Good matchup this week, too, versus the Giants. Trying to get CMC from Wilson owner. Sorry, I just lost the chat. Trying to get CMC from Wilson owner. Will Allen and CEH do it? Yeah. If they just lost Russell Wilson, I think so. I think it's a fair trade on both sides if they just lost Russ. So yeah, B Dubs. It's good to see you, first of all. Sorry, man. Always great to have you here, brother. But yeah, I think it's a good trade for sure. XX Lex, what's going on, homie? It's good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Hope you're doing well as well. Sorry, that's very repetitive, but yeah, hope you're doing fantastic. It's good to see you, homie. Ryan, I told them and they sent me home. Good, man. Go get some rest. Take your vitamins, bro. You'll be straight. But hope everything is good with you, man. Much love to you. Much good health to you as well, brother. Go get some rest, my guy. You starting the league? I'll join. Yeah, I'll send you the email in just a second here, bro. Jerry, I think so. Andrea, I picked up Schultz a few weeks ago and he's playing well. Yeah, it's a good pickup. I absolutely agree. Let's see here. XXLX, pick one wide receiver and one flex. PPR, Mike Davis, Devonta Smith, Pittman, Gainwell, and Pollard. Honestly, I feel good about Mike Davis this week, guys. Against the Jets, I just feel good about that matchup, but I like Devonta Smith as well. I think those are the two guys I'm leaning towards. Am I crazy there? Let us know about XXLex's question there. Mike Davis, Devonta Smith, Pittman, Gainwell, and Pollard. That's a tough one. JJ, thanks. My opponent has Dak. Should I try to trade Amari Cooper? I mean, not based off of 1 week, but if you don't need the depth at receiver, then I don't mind trying to trade Amari Cooper. No. JJ liked and sub. Appreciate that support, homie. Aaron Reborn, you got the email. Okay, good. You joined. That's what's up. I picked Andrew. I picked Sam Darnold up. Lost Wilson. Another good. Sorry to hear about all your losses on your roster, but another good pickup by you. Team Slayins, what's the chance of Edmonds and Swift playing tomorrow? It's hard to say. I think that they're both game time decisions. I think that they both have a shot for sure. I think that they have a better outlook than some players out there. So I do think that they have a good shot. Jared, would you play Chase Edmonds if he does play with the injury? Probably. If he's a flex player, maybe not as an RB2, but I take the chance at flex. Jerry, I think Connor takes the leading role. Yeah, I could see that. I think he may already have, at least on the ground, right? I really like James Conner right now. Don't know how I missed that one. I was high on him pretty early in the offseason, preseason, and I still just didn't go with it when it came time to draft. And that was pretty early in the offseason, preseason, like when I first started to do mock drafts, right? Even before I started making them for this channel. And then I just kind of got away from him. And yeah, I think he's going to have a great rest of the season. But he doesn't have as much of the PPR value, right? That's all going to Chase Edmonds. So it is a tough call. But I could see him, especially when they get in the red zone, man. He's the guy, right? I mean, he's been great over the last 2 weeks, excuse me. So yeah, I could see him taking the backfield overall. But I still think Edmonds just has to be overall. He is the guy in terms of the red zone and everything, right? Well, excuse me. Connor's the guy in terms of the red zone, and Edmonds is the PPR guy. So, yeah, I like both of them, but I feel like Connor's in a very good place right now. Andrea, thanks again. Have to go. Have a good night. Appreciate you, Andrea. Hope you have a fantastic night. Thanks for coming out for a bit. JJ, Who would you target in exchange of Amari Cooper in a standard league? Let me know your full roster, JJ. Let me know, and then we'll get back to you. I like to see a full roster, and then I'll let you know based on how your roster looks overall. Let's see here. Let me get back to one thing very quickly here. And I'll get right back to the chat. Ryan, I just saw your message that you sent me an email. Make sure. I don't know if I got it. Let me come back to that very quickly. Jerry, how do you think I feel, John? I traded Connor after week 2, traded him away a few days before his big game on week 3. Damn. Well, I hope he got something valuable out of it. But yeah, that does stink. That's worse than my situation for sure. So yeah, that's a bummer, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. But good news is you can draft him in the midseason draft, right? So yeah, catch or you can get him in the catch fam. So yeah. All right, let's see here. Ryan, I haven't got your email yet. I'm checking. Oh, I got it, bro. You're in my spam, homie. But I got you, Doc. I'm gonna mark you. I'm gonna report you as not spam. All right, you have been moved away from the spam folder, my guy. All right, I'm sending you the email right now, Doc. All right. I'm afraid to say what I traded him for. Let me know, man. Come on, man. We're all homies here. So let me know, bro. This is why I don't do trades. This is what happens. You guys hate on me because I don't do trades. This is what happens. You look back on it, you're like, God damn it. Oh man, we're moving on to the second glass of water. Rogers and Connor for Carson. Oh no, Jerry. Oh no. That's tough. Man, in the catch fam league, some of you guys don't have like your YouTube names, and it's really throwing me off. It's throwing me off. I don't know who's who, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay, JJ, let's get back to your question, man. DK, Amari. Ooh, DK. A little bit of value gone down, but I still like him on the season. DK, Amari, Hunt, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, CMC, Mark Andrews, Damian Williams, Darnold are my starters. Then you've got CMC, Trey Lance, Gordon, Higgins, Antonio Brown, and Gasecki on the bench. Looking at your roster overall, man. I mean, I like your roster, especially when Christian McCaffrey's healthy, first of all. But I feel like you need the most help at the receiver position. But you could also, I mean, you could do a little bit of a package deal here. I wouldn't get rid of any of your running backs while Christian McCaffrey's hurt, right? Um, and Jared, I just saw that you updated your name, and you guys don't have to update your name, man. I was just saying it was good. Yeah, it's all good, man. You guys can have whatever names you want in the sleeper league. But yeah, man. I think you could do a pretty good package deal here and get a pretty solid receiver if you can ship Amari Cooper and potentially. I would maybe consider Mark Andrews, man. I think I kind of like your depth at tight end between Andrews and Gasecki, though. But I think if you ship Andrews and Amari, you could come out with a pretty solid wide receiver. Like a Stephon Diggs, a D Hop, a Calvin Ridley. I mean, I'm thinking that you need another receiver, not a running back, right? Because I think you can start Hunt and CH until Christian McCaffrey's back, unless, I mean, you've got enough valuable wide receivers that you could look for an RB1 if that's what you'd rather do. I mean, let me know, JJ, who you think or what position do you think you should target, right? Is it the wide receiver or the running back position? Team Slayins, Derek Carr or Cousins tomorrow? Good question. I mean, I've got Cousins against me, so part of me is like, Derek Carr for sure, but that's probably not the right answer. I mean, let's see. Kirk Cousins has got Detroit. I think you roll with Kirk Cousins if you're asking me, man. Jerry, I didn't need Rodgers since Lamar was my QB1. Yeah, that's fair, man. That's fair. And I don't hate Carson either, man. So no worries, bro. But it'll be okay, Jerry. It'll be all right, bro. Fancy ketchup. Hey, bro, I'm back. Sorry I had to go. No worries, dog. Ryan, I'm in good, bro. Glad that you are. Fantasy ketchup. I'm feeling Trevor Lawrence this week. I just got drunk and started Trevor, James, Marvin Jones Jr. Yeah, they're gonna have a good week versus Tennessee, man. I'd be very surprised. I mean, I guess it could happen. I guess Tennessee could come out and play well, but overall, I don't think it's bad. If you're doing it in DraftKings, man, I don't hate that. I truly don't. I think there are definitely worse options out there and worse stacks out there as well. So yeah, I'm not opposed to that, man. All right, let's see here. Aaron Reborn, I'm still debating if I should do Kelsey for Eckler and Waller. I still think you should, bro. I think it's a good trade. I truly do. I still like the trade, bro. Ryan, I traded Matt Stafford and Antonio Gibson to the Russ owner for DeAndre Swift and Kenny Galladay. Also picked up Tannehill from waivers. My main quarterback is Lamar Jackson. I still think that's a win for you, man. Uh, I don't think you lose too much value at the quarterback position. You still have Lamar Jackson. And I think you get an upgrade at the running back position. I mean, Kenny Galladay doesn't hurt. Maybe not the most valuable part of it, but it doesn't hurt. Yeah, so I don't think that's too bad. Let's see here. JJ, I would say a wide receiver one. Yeah, I mean, I think Hopkins, right? Calvin Ridley and Stephon Diggs should be your primary targets. Those are guys, or maybe CD Lamb. Those are guys you could all buy pretty low right now. Uh, but I think you're probably going to have to do a package deal. I don't know how likely a one-for-one swap is with an Amari Cooper. All right, let's see here. Nate Penny, my starters are Hertz, Taylor, Eckler, Moore, Cup, Waller, Swift, Pats, McManus, CMC, Gibson, Hopkins, Sealand, Lamb, and Panthers. What the hell? Your team is absolutely stacked, bro. Yeah, great team, homie. Let's see here. Nate, your team is nasty. I agree. Ryan, I'm sorry, I meant Jonathan Taylor, not Antonio Gibson. I'm spacing out. Let's see here. So you traded Matt Stafford and Jonathan Taylor. I still think it's an upgrade. I mean, I like Jonathan Taylor more than Antonio Gibson, but yeah, I like DeAndre Swift as well. So I don't think it hurt you too bad, bro. Fantasy catch up McLaurin, Mike Williams, or Mike Evans, full PPR. They are about the same price. I like McLaurin this week. And I would rank them McLaurin, Williams, and Evans. Aaron Reborn and giving away Kelsey, yeah. Jerry, damn, I think it's a good trade. I agree, bro. I agree. B Dubs improvement recommendation 10 team half PPR. Send me your team one more time, bro. It's been a minute since I've looked at it. So send me your team again, man. All right, let's see here. Great fantasy Q&A tonight. You guys are killing it, man. You guys deserve a toast. Star Wars mug, you guys deserve it, a toast. Catch fam in full force. Dude, these Saturday night late streams just fly by. Like we've already been in here for 2 hours. Are you kidding me? No way. it does not feel that way. I literally thought it'd been like 20 or 30 minutes. I'm not lying. You guys are killing it tonight, man. Absolute monsters. Catch fam in full force tonight. Jerry says, wow, it's been 2 hours. No way. Yeah, right? GP is what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Saquon or Najee? Rest of season. Wow. Tough call. I like both those guys a lot. Ooh. I like both those guys a lot, man. I feel like I want to say Saquon, and then I start thinking about it, and then I want to say Najee. Let us know in the chat, Catch fam. Saquon or Najee rest of the season. That's a stumper. That one is quite difficult, man. KA9, are you going to be streaming when the games are happening? I've done that before, and I didn't get the best turnout, man. I could try it again, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to tomorrow. I might for the Monday night game. I might for the Monday night game for some Monday, or excuse me. Well, I will be for the Monday night game. I meant to say I might be for the Sunday night game. So typically Monday and Thursday we do stream during the second half of the games. Uh, I don't know. It's something that I want to come back to for sure. I mean, let me know, guys. I mean, would you be interested in seeing that, like a long Sunday stream? I mean, I know most people want to like chill out and watch the games themselves, right? But I have done it, the first week and I think the second week as well. So at least for the 1 o'clock games. But it is kind of hard to you know stream for that long. But I'm happy to do it. I'll do it. But I do have other things I got to do on Sundays too. But yeah, let me know if you guys would be interested in that or not. Coming back to doing some Sunday streams during the games and some call outs of the games and everything as well. I kind of like just coming on Sunday night and doing a huge reaction, but let me know what you guys are interested in. I'm always open to the feedback, guys. All right. B-Dub starters are Allen, Adams, Debo, Chase, Henderson, CH, Kelsey, Patterson, Mitchell, Javonte Williams, Gordon, and Lance. I would drop Mitchell. That would be the biggest room of improvement. I like the rest of your team. What's your record, bro? I like your team. I think you can drop Mitchell. Uh, but I like your team quite a bit, man. It's kind of hard to find improvement there. JJ says Najee. Ryan says Najee as well. He doesn't have the injury history of Saquon. Yeah, I agree with that. Aaron Reborn, I'm thinking if I make that trade, my lineup would be Hurts, Eckler, Hunt, Devontae Adams, Mike Williams, Waller, James, Robinson, Bills, and Boss. I like that lineup, man. I really do. I think that Eckler helps your team a lot, and I think that you're not getting a big drop off at the tight end between Kelsey and Waller whatsoever. I mean, it's a good trade, man. Jerry, I was a strong believer on Saquon comeback season, but when I was offered a trade for Henry, it was hard to pass on. Yeah, I mean, King Henry, right? I mean, you can't pass on him, man. Aaron Reborn or Patterson at my flex. Yeah, I mean, dude. Gosh, dude. Your team is kind of scary, bro. Yeah, I would feel pretty good about having Patterson in there too, man. Jeez. B-Dubs are 3-1. Yeah, I mean, I think your team's pretty damn good, bro. I'll keep rolling with the guys you have, but you can drop Mitchell, in my humble opinion. You can definitely drop him. Fantasy catch up. How much longer are you streaming? Probably like at least another 2 hours, as long as we're in full force, guys. Saturday night late stream, baby. That's what we're here for. DJ Moore is 7,500. Devontae Adams 1,800, and Justin Jefferson is 7,700. Gosh, I really like Devontae Adams this week, but I like Justin Jefferson this week. He's a pretty good price there too, man. I think looking at the prices, I would roll with Justin Jefferson, but it is a tough call. Ewick, what's going on, man? It's good to see you, brother. Hope you've been, hope you've had a great week. It's great to have you here. Hope you're ready for some Saturday night action, brother. Good to see you as always, my guy. Fantasy catch. I'm going to grab a few tall boys then. Yeah, brother, go for it, dog. Bro, I want to donate sometime. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. Of course, man. If you guys ever want to support the channel, go ahead and you can join the Patreon group. Until uh, theoretically down the road we're monetized on YouTube, then you guys can't donate in the chat. Uh, so the nice thing with the Patreon group and the reason why we were behind it is because it gives back to you guys too. We can do exclusive live streams, we can do exclusive updates and exclusive chat for you guys, and exclusive merch. So you guys are getting something out of it too, right? I mean, anytime you guys were to theoretically make any donation to the channel, it would go right back into supporting the channel. Um, but at the same time, man, I just like the idea of if you guys make that decision on your own, we certainly don't expect that by any means whatsoever. You guys subscribing to the channel, hitting the like button, being active in the chat is plenty of support in its own way. And I truly don't expect anything more from you guys. I truly, truly don't. But if you guys ever feel so inclined, then I think the Patreon is a good opportunity because then it gives something back to you guys and something exclusive as well. Let's see. Ryan, like my new team name. Let me check it out, bro. Let me check it out, Broski. Let's see. Are you Jimmy G Strings? If so, yes, I do like that name. I'm assuming that's you. That's a good one. I'm still the catch 18, which is pretty fucking boring, but yeah. Richard Glass, and a fancy sticker. That's right. Yeah. So I am going to work on t-shirts for all of the Patreon members as well. Um, at least in the second tier. I couldn't get that set up. You have to have like a very specific upload image and a very specific format so that it prints on the t-shirt as well. But I am going to get something more than a sticker for you guys. I know that's one of the only things that I could get to work when I set up the Patreon today. So there will be better merch coming in the future, and we're probably going to do some merch outside of Patreon as well. So don't worry, Richard, you'll get more than a sticker, but the sticker is going to be dope, man. I'm excited for the sticker as well. Ewick, for my running backs, who should I start? I have Dalvin, Najee, Saquon, and Swift. Four-man full PPR. Huh. Dalvin, if he plays in Najee, I would put Swift in the flex, says Ryan. Uh, thinking about this one, I think I would go Najee and Swift, and then Saquon and Dalvin. I like Saquon's game script versus the Cowboys, although they've been pretty good up front defensively. But I still like the game script. But yeah, uh, well, actually, it's a pretty tough matchup for Najee Harris this week against Denver. I think I would. I mean, if Dalvin starts, then yeah, put him in your freaking lineup versus the Lions, right? Easy answer there. But he has to start. It's the tough part. And then I think I would say Swift and Saquon, and then Najee. This Denver Broncos team is for real against opposing running backs, guys. Uh, can't forget that, man. As much as Najee Harris, as much as we like him, but yeah, fancy catch-up. You East West. If you're asking if we're East Coast, oh, are you asking Ryan? Oh wait, Ryan is okay. I see now. Ryan is okay. Yeah, Jimmy G strings. I like it, man. And fancy catch-up. We're on the East Coast. Yeah, I'm in Virginia, bro. So and so is Steven. Two different parts of Virginia, but yeah, we both were born and raised in Virginia. A very boring state, in case you guys are wondering. Oh man. But yeah, fancy catch up. The Patreon link should be in the description down below. Oh, and I think you just became a member. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate that, homie. Don't expect that from you guys whatsoever, but I do appreciate that, man. Ewick, I was thinking since Ben has no arm, they will be throwing to Najee a lot more. So then I should start Najee because I am in full PPR. That's a good point. Najee's upside isn't rushing; it's the catches out the backfield. Yeah, I think that's a good point, man. If you've got the conviction, that I think it's a good play. Just have some caution knowing the Denver Broncos and everything, man. Fantasy Ketchup got you. You deserve it, bro. Appreciate that, man. Steven, our co-host, appreciates it as well. It means a lot, man. And all any money you guys donate is going to go back into the channel and continuing to grow this community, right? And continuing to improve the quality of this channel as well. But I truly do appreciate that love and support, brother. Jerry, is there anything fun in Virginia? I mean, don't get me wrong, dude. I do love Virginia, but not really. I mean, very. Stephen and I both grew up very close to DC, so I mean, it's a good area where we grew up and everything. I live in a different area now. Stephen still lives there. My wife and I are more in Southern Virginia, but uh, there's good stuff in Virginia, especially Northern Virginia, where we grew up. Anything that you want, you can find. It's a huge area, close to DC. I mean, it's a good area, man. It's a good state, but yeah, we're pretty boring overall, to be honest with you, homie. uh, Fantasy Ketchup, should I change my name? Is it weird calling me Fantasy? Nah, man, you can have your name whatever the hell you want it, bro. It's your world. We're just living in it here at the Catch. Busch Gardens, yeah, there's Busch Gardens. Stephen went to college at William and Mary, and so he's very, uh, he knows a lot about the Williamsburg area. So you guys can grill Stephen on that sometime and his experience at William and Mary. And yeah, he knows a little bit about Busch Gardens. Uh, man, Busch Garden scares me. That's actually where my wife and I did our bachelorette party together, and that's actually where we went. And it was actually while Stephen was at college, and so he gave us like a tour of Williamsburg. And yeah, I get really bad motion sickness, and I can't really do a lot of rides, and I do very bad on those extreme roller coasters. So Busch Gardens, pretty boring spot for me, but luckily my wife is on that same wave, and we always have a good time because we just find non amusement park things to do. So yeah. My wife and I are actually big Disney people. Before COVID, we go to Disney every single year. So hate me for it, man. But I'm a Disney guy all the way, bro. I have a blast. I plan a mean Disney trip. Our honeymoon was extremely lit, man. So I'm a Disney guy all the way. Ryan, would you start Allen Robinson, OBJ, or Devonta Smith in the flex? I think I would take a chance on Devonta Smith there. I think he's going to continue to do well. I mean, another good week last week. It's not the best matchup for the Eagles, but yeah, I like Devonta Smith this week. Then I would rank OBJ and then Allen Robinson. John Simmons, he backed out of Swift and Devonta Smith. Should I still trade for Swift and Waddle? Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't. If you need to upgrade a receiver, which I think you do, man, I don't mind that at all. Jerry, Busch Gardens, is that like a park? Yeah, it is. Free Kicks USA, what's going on, brother? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, man. That's my favorite amusement park. Nice. Yeah, it's if you like thriller rides, it's a great amusement park, man. There's a lot of good stuff to do, a lot of good food, and like beer and all kinds of stuff there, man. It is a good place if you're into thrill rides. Jerry, wow, I'm so lost. There's a Disney in Virginia. I need to get out of Cali more often. Fancy Mike says LMAO. No, there's no Disney in Virginia. But interestingly enough, the area where Stephen and I grew up, where Stephen still lives in Gainesville, Virginia, there's a huge shopping center, uh, food place called Atlas Walk. It's like, I don't know if we get, I don't really care. It's like 5 minutes away from where Stephen lives, right? Uh, and it was going to actually be a Disney World originally. That's what the blueprints were there for, and that did not happen, which is probably good because then I would have grown up like 10 minutes from a Disney. And Stephen would have grown up like 5 minutes from a Disney. Probably would have been great for us, but also maybe would have been cool. But yeah, there's no Disney in Virginia, Jerry, and I think you're just trolling me, which is fine. But no, we go to Disney World in Florida. And if we ever go to Disneyland, I'll hit you up, Jerry. I'll hit you up and we'll meet up in Cali, bro. Fantasy Mike, bro, the one ride I went on had 3 rows that held 10, it took you straight up and hung you over in the air, then you just dropped down, was a roller coaster. Yeah, I can't do that stuff, guys. I'm an awful amusement park buddy. I can't do shit on a roller coaster. I get so sick, and like I have intense motion sickness to where like I'm just sick for hours. Like my like everything's thrown off. Like it's awful. I can't do any like 3D, 4D rides. I can't do those things like where you sit in like the theater and it like moves you around and you're watching the screen. I can't do it. It makes me intensely sick. It sucks. That's another reason why I love Disney World because those rides are super chill and they're good for me, man. Free Kicks USA, the three trolley system in the sky is genius. It should be in every amusement park. Yeah. Uh, is that that's a Disney, right? Or am I missing something? Is that a Busch Gardens? Yeah, that's a Disney. Yeah, that's the new thing. We saw it last time we were there, right? I'm referring to the right thing, Free Kicks, right? Jerry, have you ever been to California? Oh, Free Kicks, it is at Bush. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the freaking swingy things that take you to different parks at Disney now. Uh, I haven't ever seen that, but yeah, that that sounds. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, man, it should be in every amusement park. Jerry, have you ever been to California? No, I have not. Steven has though. I believe. Jerry, do you get car sick or is it just on rides? When I was little, I would literally every time I got in the car, there was a risk that I would get sick. I have like an infamous story with anyone close to me and any family member of me getting sick in the back of the car. But it's gotten better in just car travel since I've grown. I do very bad on airplanes. I do very bad on rides. Um, but cars, I've gotten better at. Yeah. Just trust me, it was bad when I was little, man. I've got a very bad throw up story from like every member of my family. John, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight, man. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Appreciate you being here, bro. Start Claypool or Mitchell from San Francisco. I would roll with Claypool. It's not the best matchup versus Denver, but he should see a little bit less of the defensive pressure. Uh, I don't feel good about Mitchell whatsoever. I mean, it's not a great matchup versus Arizona. And on top of that, man, I don't trust this Niners backfield whatsoever. So if you're asking me, I would lean towards Claypool. Let us know in the chat for our boy John. Would you rather roll with Chase Claypool versus Denver or Mitchell versus the Arizona Cardinals? Fantasy Mike, the new name coming through. I like the change up, homie. Let's see here. Great Escape, Six Flags in Jersey had a safari with animals, 9 a.m., then open park at 10. The amusement park was amazing. Not the safari is gone. Free Kicks USA, it's like you get two different parts of the park. Oh, dope. Yeah. I mean, I think every amusement park should have some sort of like convenient travel system, right? Don't you agree? DJ Vic, what's up, boss? What's going on, man? It's good to see you tonight, homie. AJ Brown, Cordero Patterson, or Marquise Hollywood Brown at the flex. I like AJ Brown versus Jacksonville. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great matchup. I think he'll have a good stat line. But I'm all about our homie Cordero. Uh, what was our nickname for him? Cordero Pounder and Cheese. Yeah, Cordero Patterson against the Jets. Calvin Ridley out. I think it's a fantastic matchup, man. I would personally roll with Patterson, but I would rank those guys: Patterson, AJ Brown, or Hollywood Brown. I think that they all have or are going to have pretty good games. Fantasy Mike, free fall. My stomach just drops. I literally can't breathe. Straight up and just drop. Yeah, that scares me just thinking of it. Jerry, I'm not a fan of the free fall rides. It's such a weird gut feeling. Yeah, I've never liked those. Yeah, I'm a baby when it comes to rides, guys. I do very, very bad, like awful. And I get sick. So yeah. John, that's what I was thinking. He is definitely more safe. Yeah, that's how I feel as well, man. Matthias, what is going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight, man. What do you think about my team? Let me know, man. Let me know your team and we'll get into it, brother. Thanks for coming out. DJ Vic, yes, sir. Good to see you, man. Good to have you here, my guy. Free Kicks USA. Do you think this is Javante's breakout week? I wish, I hope. I mean, I ended up benching him for Alex Collins, but it's a bad matchup, man. I don't think it's coming this week. I thought, if anything, it'd be over the past 2 weeks, right? Uh, I still like him on the season, still believe in him. I think, against the Jets was his best opportunity, and that's been his best game of the season. Uh, but it's a tough matchup. Then he gets the Raiders. Cleveland, a bad matchup. Then he gets Washington. Dallas, a bad matchup. Then he gets Philly. Uh, bye week, bad matchup again. He's going back and forth, right? Chargers, bad matchup, but then a good stretch here. Kansas City, Detroit, Cincinnati, Las Vegas, and then he ends with the Chargers. Not a good matchup, and Cincinnati, not a great matchup, but a pretty good stretch after the bye week as well. So I don't think it's going to be this week, man. The Steelers have looked pretty damn good up front. But I certainly hope he breaks out soon because I do own him in my primary league. It's a good question as well. Jerry, the Six Flags near me has huge, steep hills you need to walk on to get around the park. Not the most convenient for getting around. Yeah, that sounds awful. Hate walking. That's the worst part of any amusement park is walking. Matthias, Lance, Najee, Kamara, Thielen, Godwin, Corey Davis, Waller, and Debo, and I have Ridley in the bench. Maybe I should trade some or one a wide receiver. I like your team quite a bit. Think you can start Najee Harris and Alvin Kamara on a weekly basis. You're set at running back. So your team is leaning on the receiver position at flex, which is okay. You could trade two of those guys for, another running back or maybe another quarterback if you wanted to. But I think your team's pretty okay, man. Your tight end's great, and Darren Waller. I mean, Godwin, Corey Davis, Debo, Thielen, Myers. I think you should keep all those guys. I think or excuse me, not Myers. I looked one comment below, and Ridley. Yeah. I don't know, man. I like your team quite a bit. Let us know in the chat if you guys think Mathis should make any changes there. But I like that team, man. Joffrey Plays, what's going on, man? It's good to see you tonight. As always, great to have you here, brother. Jamal Williams, McKissick, Samaje Perine, pick 2, then pick 1, Sutton, Patrick, or Robbie Anderson. Ooh, that's tough. I would personally roll with Williams and McKissick. Don't feel great about Samaje Perine, and then I would roll with Tim Patrick as he's played a little bit more consistently. He should see less of the defensive pressure that Cortland Sutton is more likely to see. And I don't feel great about Robbie Anderson. So, yeah, I would say Williams, McKissick, and Patrick. But good to see you, man. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night. Fantasy Mike, Myers, Robinson, or Waddle. I would roll with Myers, although I think Waddle could have a pretty good game as well against Tampa Bay, right? Mathis, thanks. Absolutely, man. I hope you consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, appreciate you coming out, coming to the stream and asking a fantasy question. Let me know if you have any other questions on the night, man. Any other new faces out there joining us tonight, go ahead and subscribe, become part of the Catch family, man. We put out free content all week long, and we have plenty of interactive live streams for you guys to ask fantasy questions. And everyone, go ahead and smash that like button so we get this stream to as many new viewers as possible. And guys, keep the fantasy Q&A rolling. You guys have been killing it tonight. It has been a blast, man. We've already been here for 2.5 hours. That's crazy, man. Let me know what other questions you guys have on the night, and I truly do appreciate all of you guys. All right, Nicholas, should I start CEH Hollywood Brown on my flex? I think I would lean towards Hollywood Brown. I mean, I like Clyde Edwards-Helaire quite a bit this week for whatever reason. That's an awful matchup, but with how competitive that game could turn out, I just have a feeling he could end up in the end zone. But it's a very bad matchup for Clyde Edwards-Helaire nonetheless. But quite honestly, I like both of them. I think you could flip the coin. Let us know in the chat, guys. Clyde Edwards-Helaire or Hollywood Brown? It's a tough question there, but I think I'm leaning towards Hollywood Brown. Let's see here. Fantasy Mike, sorry for changing subjects. You're good, bro. Be right back. All right, no worries, homie. RJ, what's going on? Hope you're doing great tonight. Good to see you. Would you drop Logan Thomas and pick up Gronk? That's a tough question. If you have an open IR spot and you have the availability, I would go and throw Logan Thomas there. But I don't think Gronk's a bad pickup. If some of those other top guys are out there, right? Dalton Schultz out there, Mike Gesicki, they might not hurt as well. But overall, I don't think it's a bad pickup. If Gronk's available, that's kind of mind blowing to me. I would think most people would sleep on the bench while he's hurt. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad pickup at all. But I don't want you to lose Logan Thomas completely. You do kind of risk that if you drop him. If you have an IR spot, that'd be a good, way to implement it. Jason Kenobi, what's up, bro? Jason, how are you doing, dog? It's good to see you, my guy. Love having you here. It's good to see you. I was wondering where you're at, homie, but I'm glad you're here, my guy. It's good to see you. Hope you had a great week, man. Hope you're ready for week 5. Let's get to the question, bro. Good to have you, dog. I'm trying to trade Zeke or Jones for a low end wide receiver and another guy. I like that idea. Let me know who you're targeting, Jason, and we'll get more into the trade talk. But I don't hate that idea. Let me know. Let me know what you're thinking, bro. All right, Joey, should I start Marvin Jones and Laviska Shenault, got Boyd and Cortland Sutton on my bench? Yes, I love that matchup for both of those guys. I think this Tennessee Jacksonville game is a game we want to exploit from several angles. I don't mind Boyd. I think Sutton's got a bad matchup versus Pittsburgh, but I don't mind Boyd. But we know that T. Higgins is probably coming back. I mean, this is a Jair Alexander list. No Jair Alexander out there for the Green Bay Packers, right? Jair Alexander list defense. So I like that matchup as well. But I think that Marvin Jones is due for a good game, due for a week where he gets in the end zone. And I think Chenault Jr. with DJ Chark going down, facing this abysmal Tennessee Titans secondary is a good start as well. So I don't mind both those starts this week, man. It's a good question, though. Matthias and my bench still have Bridgewater, Brissett, Chuba Hubbard, AJ Green. Make a change. May I change someone to start? Huh. Let me scroll back up just to make sure here. Quite honestly, no. I think you've got the right guys in, man. I'm not trying to be vanilla, but I do think you have the right guys in. Think AJ Green, if you're really worried about anyone at the receiver position, has been extremely consistent. Got a pretty good matchup against San Francisco. Chuba Hubbard should see pretty good volume overall. But I think you've got, I think you've got the right quarterback in. I think you've got the right players in overall, man, to be honest with you. But I think you have a good bench as well. With the Bridgewater, with him coming back from concussion, I don't think it'll hurt to potentially drop Brissett and pick someone else up. But I think you've got the right guys in, man, to answer your question. Nicholas, I think I was too. Thank you. Yeah, he got it, bro. Fantasy Mike Baker or Jared? I think Baker's got the tougher matchup versus the Chargers, but he's got to perform, right? Again, I don't know, man. I don't know, fantasy. That's tough. I feel like I'm inclined to say Jared Goff versus the Vikings there. That's a tough call. Baker's got a pretty tough matchup this week, man. John picked up Colts defense this week because they play Houston week 6. Think that's a good idea. Yeah. Listen, man, I talked about the Colts at the beginning of the stream. I just went out and picked them up in my 12-man league, mine and Steven's primary league. Listen to this, man. Not only is it a great week versus Houston next week, it could be an okay week versus San Francisco in week 7. We don't know truly how Trey Lance is going to play. I don't know if I'm sold on Trey Lance playing bad. But week 8, Tennessee. Week 9, the New York Jets. Week 10, Jacksonville. 3 solid stream weeks in a row. Very, very bad after that in week 11 and week 12. Buffalo and Tampa Bay. We probably don't want to start them those weeks, but worth holding on to because week 13, they see Houston, then they have a bye week. And on the flip side, the bye week, week 15, they see New England and Mac and Cheese, Big Mac Jones. So, yes, I think the Colts defense are a very valuable fantasy defense to own right now from a streaming standpoint. And if you're streaming on a consistent basis at the defensive position, I think they are a must-own team. So, yeah, man, I think it's a great pickup by you, John. Shout out to you, bro. Great pickup. Fantasy Mike, Keenan Allen or Jamar Chase? I would roll with Jamar Chase. I think Keenan Allen's going to have a good game. He's been playing on a very consistent level overall. I feel good about Keenan Allen, but once again, a Jair Alexander-less team for the Green Bay Packers defense. So looking at the two, I think I would roll with Jamar Chase, and continuing to see him playing from a very consistent standpoint overall. So yeah, I like where he's at, man, and I like both of those guys. Don't get me wrong, but I think personally that's who I would roll with if it was my personal fantasy roster. Aaron Reborn. So if I get Eckler out of Hunt, James Robinson and Patterson, I should put Hunt in RB2 and Robinson at flex and bench Patterson. Okay. I think this week you start Patterson in this London game, man. I think if anything, you bench Hunt for this week. But yeah, moving forward, that's going to be a tough decision, man. Gosh, that's tough. I think this week you do start Patterson. All right, let's see here. Jerry says Jamar Chase over Allen. Yeah, it's a tough call. I like both these guys a lot. I just think it's a better matchup for Jamar Chase. It's a tougher matchup for Allen, so that's why I'm leaning there. But I like both of them a lot. Don't get me wrong, Jared. Jason Kenobi. I might offer Aaron Jones for Jefferson and Edmonds or Ridley and CEH. I'm also talking to a guy with more Scary Terry and AJ Brown. Jerry says that's a tough pick. It is. I hate to see you lose Aaron Jones. I feel like I like Jefferson and Edmonds a lot more. I feel like that's the better trade out of the two. And I still think if you're trading away Aaron Jones, you do need to get a running back of some sort in return. So while I don't mind, I mean, if you could get DJ Moore and Scary Terry, like I can't really argue against that. That's a pretty good trade still. I just hate to see you lose that value at the RB position. But having DJ Moore and Scary Terry to start on a regular basis is pretty damn good as well. So I don't mind. I don't mind that. I don't hate the Ridley and CEH trade, but I don't like it quite as bit or quite as much. Excuse me. So yeah, yeah. Don't hate it, Jason, but I think I like the first part more, or even the double receiver more. All right, let's see here. Jerry, I did pull out a Funko Pop for you on the night, man. We got Prison Mike from The Office. Shout out Michael Scott. Did pull out some of the Funko Pops, and we haven't gotten into any of them. So there you go, Jerry. Prison Mike for you, bro. Matthias, see you later, man. A new Brazilian fan. Yours after today. Thanks. Sub your channel. LL. Yeah, appreciate that support, man. Appreciate you coming out to the stream, man. Like I said, we drop free content every day. Plenty of live streams, man, for you to bounce your fantasy questions out of. But appreciate you coming through, man. Appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the support to the channel, man. And shout out to you, Doc, becoming part of the Catch family. Hope you have a great night, man. And we will talk to you later, my guy. Appreciate you very, very much, though. All right, let me see here. I think moving forward, let me know if you guys are interested in this, but I think I'm going to play some old school Madden during some of the late night streams. Let me know what you guys think about that. If that would be something you guys would be interested in. Trying to get my Xbox to turn on. There we go. Jeez. Peace out, Mathis. Chase Brown, where is Steven? Steven generally won't be on the Saturday night late streams. It's just not feasible for him. Unfortunately, he will definitely always be on. Jerry says that's a cool Funko Pop. I have one of Pennywise from it. I don't know if I still have my Pennywise Funko Pop, but I did have one. And one of Goku from Dragon Ball Z. Nice. I like both of those. JRX, is Steven not able to join on Saturday nights? No. When he is, he'll be here for sure. He will be. But yeah, he's not able to stream really on the weekends right now. Unfortunately. At some point for sure though. Yeah. Richard Glass, I'm always gaming while listening to you. You should be doing the same. Yeah, I miss having Madden on the screen, man. It's a bummer. It truly is. I liked having it there. It made me feel like a real streamer, you know. But we'll get it worked out. I think with like the lower frame rate and everything, I can definitely get. I just don't think I could use that one software that I was using before, which is a huge bummer. Until I get like an actual streaming PC, I don't think I can use it. It was working fine for the first couple of weeks and everything, guys, but I don't know what happened. It just every time I try and use it, I've messed around with settings. I've watched different videos on what to do to fix that, and I'm just coming to the conclusion that I think it's I mean, I don't think it's my network or my connection. I think I just can't use it. Uh, but I think I can get a way to get old school Madden on here, and I know how to use or get my PS2 to capture onto uh, my laptop, and I should be able just to share my screen, and so we should be able to get that worked out, which I think might be pretty cool. But yeah, I do miss having the Madden on the screen. That was fun. Big Goo, what's going on, man? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome to the catch. What's up, sir? Hines or Gainwell in a standard league? Ooh, this is tough. I feel like Hines is a better play versus I'm just thinking here versus the Ravens, right? I feel like it's just a better matchup. Gainwell versus the Panthers is not as good of a matchup, but I think that they both show pretty good value from a PPR standpoint. I think in terms of a standard league, Gainwell has a better chance to score. So in standard, I would probably play Gainwell. Jason Kenobi, do you like Zeke or Jones more rest of season? Ooh, Jason, that's a tough one, brother. That's tough. That's tough. I think I like Jones more, but I like both of those guys quite a bit. Like both of those offenses. Jones probably has a tougher schedule overall. That's tough. That's tough, man. Let us know in the chat. Zeke or Jones rest of season. I own Aaron Jones in my 20-man league, so that's where I'm going. I'm going with Aaron Jones. But I like both of those guys quite a bit, Jason. Dylan Sheps. Remember how we talked about Schultz and Gasecki starting? I'm wondering if I should start one of my running backs instead of Gasecki. Gainwell, McKissick, or Pollard? I'm torn. It's a great question. I'm starting Schultz and Gasecki, man. I'm in probably more of a desperation mode than you are, though. So it's tough to say, man. Tough to say. Yikes. I don't feel bad about Gainwell's chances to score. I don't like McKissick versus the Saints, although the Saints played very bad from a defensive standpoint last week. So it might be a sneaky play. And then in terms of Pollard, that has more to do with if Zeke plays or not. Although it's a decent matchup versus the Giants, right? So it's hard to say. I think personally, just looking at those matchups, right? I mean, you got the Panthers, you've got the Saints, two relatively tough matchups, right? And then looking at Pollard versus the Giants, it's probably the best matchup. And Zeke's a little banged up, right? Pollard could be a sneaky play, and I think maybe the most logical play. But I also like Kaseki. I really do. What do you guys think for our boy Dylan Sheps? Torn on starting Schultz and or Gasecki, and then potentially playing Gainwell, McKissick, or Pollard. It's a good question, man. I can definitely see why you're torn there. Hmm, that one's got me stumped. All right, let's see here. Yeah, total bummer. I can't get the games on the screen without like crashing the entire stream. I think if I really tried right now, I could get the PS2 set up, but I don't want to do it right now because probably take away from the stream. Schultz only because I have more faith in Cowboys offense. Fair enough. It's a good take. Oh man, there's face of the franchise in the new Madden. I'm going to go and roll with this for a bit. Gosh, I wish you guys could be viewing this though. Big Goo, appreciate it. One other thing, since I'm in an IDP league as well. Ooh, I've never played an IDP league. I boot a Baker and Trayvon Diggs. I don't usually play two DBs, but with the matchup, I think it'll be good. Any opinion? Yeah, I like both of those guys, man. Are those the only two guys you have? I mean, Diggs has been fucking balling, and it's a pretty good matchup overall. I mean, I do believe that the Giants are pretty damn good, right? Surprisingly, and Danny Dimes has been playing much better overall. But I don't think that's a bad matchup, and I like Buda Baker versus the San Francisco 49ers, even if Trey Lance has a good day. So I think those are two good starts, man. Although I don't have much experience at all with any IDP leagues. Um, Probably something I need to do just for experience for the channel. But yeah, I like both of those plays to answer your question, man. All right, I'm messing around with face of the franchise and Madden. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Oh man, I can't do this. I can't do this until I can get it up on the screen, man. We gotta make a face of the franchise together. I know you guys don't care, but yeah, yeah. Jared, I wouldn't mind if you took a small break to set up the PS2. Hmm. Fantasy Mike Papa is back. Let me think about it, Jerry. I might do it. Let me see. Try and find one thing real quick. All right, so 12:30. We're entering the true stages of the late night stream. Everybody, we're getting here, guys. It's getting late. Uh, Let me grab like two things. It'll take like 2 seconds. I should be able to set it up. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Couldn't find a HDMI cord, but this will still take another minute or two. Just I got to re-download a software to do this, and then but everything that's not done on the computer is taken care of. So thanks for sticking around, guys. Appreciate you guys for sure. And I'll keep working on this very quickly. I'll be super sized. I should be able to get this to work through the stream. Uh, so yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, we should be able to get some old school Madden. So let me take a look at the chat here. James Martin, where'd the big guy go? Let's see here. Oh, damn, you guys were rolling. Nice. I'll just start from the bottom of the chat here. Damn, look at you guys keeping the chat alive. Catch fam in full force tonight, man. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful. But yeah, sorry guys, gonna try and get some old school Madden set up for y'all. All right, let's see. See, this is the all right, let's see. Catch fam is the vibe most nights for sure. Appreciate that, Chase. Appreciate that 100%, man. Oh man, I'm trying to remember which one of these softwares I need to download. I have to use like this old ass capture card if I do the PS2 because like the new ones don't work for it. So it's a little confusing when I go in and try and pick the right software. Yeah, my first YouTube channel that I started was a gaming channel, and it failed pretty miserably. So I do have a little experience with capture cards and things like that, uh, and using PS2s and things on my laptop and everything. All right, let's see here. But definitely happy that the catch fam has worked out substantially better than my last channel. That's for sure, man. This channel has been an absolute freaking blast, guys. Absolute blast. All right, so I think I got this figured out. All right, let me see here. Let me see here. Let's see here. Oh, let me get caught back up with sorry guys, I'm not trying to abandon the chat by any means, just trying to get this worked out at the same times. Okay. Jerry, I have Henry as my RB1, but I had to put Cobb as my wide receiver 2. I'm all in on Henry. Absolutely agree there. Bryant, what's going on? Deontay Johnson or Patterson as my flex in full PPR. I would roll with Patterson, quite honestly. I'm rolling with this matchup all day long, Bryant, against the Jets. I don't think a lot of defense is going to show up tomorrow. I think it's a good matchup with Patterson this week, man. Johnson got a tough matchup versus the Broncos, bro. Let's see here. Punjabi. Sorry, I'm very bad at pronunciations. I'm not trying to butcher your name, man. I have Mike Davis in my lineup over Dalvin Cook. Mike Davis plays early. What do you think? Thanks. I think it's a good matchup for Mike Davis, man. I mean, full PPR at least 10 fantasy points his last 3 starts. I like where he's at, quite honestly. Yeah, so I don't hate it. I mean, I like Dalvin Cook more, of course, but I don't hate it, man. I truly don't. I think it's a good question too. I think it's a good matchup for Mike Davis, man. Jerry, I wish Steven was able to catch Saturday streams. It's always a good time. I do too, man. Trust me, I do too. And we'll get him in here at some point. Don't get me wrong. We will. Uh, I know he wants to be here too, but just logistically not working out for him right now. So it's all good. Jason, I think I'd have to offer Aaron and Marvin Jones for more, and Terry leaves me with Connor as RB2, but I can always make a trade or just let my wide receivers and Zeke carry me. I don't know, man. I don't think I want you to lose Aaron Jones, quite frankly. I don't. Jerry says let Zeke eat. Yeah, I mean I don't hate either option. It really gives you a huge upgrade at the receiver position, but I hate to see you lose Aaron Jones, Jason. I truly do. I don't mind Zeke and Connor, but it's just a tough call. Fantasy Mike, Devonta Smith, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Waddle, Chenault, Pittman, and Hollywood Brown pick 3. Probably Waddle, Chenault, and Devonta Smith. Or no, I would say Waddle, Chenault based on their matchup, and then Hollywood Brown. Fantasy Mike, no PPR, Hawkinson or Knox. I would say Knox, quite honestly. A-Rod or Joe Burrow, I would say Aaron Rodgers. Jerry says, I think Knox, it can be a shootout this week. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Fantasy Mike, Rodgers is more expensive. I don't hate Joe Burrow this week either, man. So, yeah. If he's much cheaper, then I don't mind that, man. All right, let me see here. You guys are killing it. Absolutely killing the fantasy Q&A tonight. All right, let me see here. Catch fam in full frickin' force tonight. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Keep the fantasy Q&A going, man. All right, let's see here. Still Madden up at the same time. All right, let me see if I can recall how to do this. Fantasy Mike, A. Robert, Brandon Ayuk, who I don't know if I feel crazy about either of those guys. If I had to pick one, I think I'd take a gamble on Brandon Ayuk, but I don't feel crazy about either of those guys. Jerry, are you a fan of other sports or just football? I'm a baseball fan, but I haven't been too crazy about it as of late because the Nationals have been pretty bad. So yeah. Ryan, Tyson Fury takes down Deontay Wilder. Yeah, I was hearing a lot about that fight, but I don't keep up with fights. I've been trying to actually a little bit lately. I kind of do want to get more into it, but yeah. Thanks for the update, bro. That was a fight, right? Yeah, it is a fight. Okay. Let me check one thing real quick, guys. Let me see here. Trying to also get this Madden going. Oh man, what? There's like one button I need to hit on my screen. Oh, here we go. I figured it out. Oh. Let me check one thing. Guy Stars gave me like a weird shot of myself. This is plugged in, right? Yeah, everything's plugged in. Oh, here we go. Okay. I think we're almost in business, boys and girls. All right. Let me change one thing on here. Keep the chat going, guys. I'll be there in just a second. Let me see here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're about to be cooking with eggs and bacon and grease, boys and girls. It's going to be sick. All right, let's see here. Jason Kenobi, baseball fan, go Yankees. Let me see. Fantasy Mike, full PPR, Giovanni Bernard, a sneaky start if he's good to go, or start Hines or Pollard. I would lean with Hines or Pollard over Gio. Jason Kenobi, I think it's also kind of funny. My wide receiver trio with Moore and Terry could theoretically put up 100 a week. Yeah, I like both of those guys, bro. I don't mind that part of that trade, man. I just hate to see you lose Aaron Jones for sure. But yeah, that's a filthy combination, bro. Mike Evans, Kenny Galladay, or Jones Jr. in half PPR. I think I'd say Jones Jr. Tough call, fantasy Mike. Coming through with the consistent tough calls. Jerry, any UFC fans? I'd love to get more into it. I finally probably should, man. But yeah, I'm not a huge. I don't watch a lot. I can't lie. But neat. I want to get into it. I always say that every year, man. Brian, I'm an Alabama fan, and we just lost to Texas A&M. Yikes! Yikes! That's not good. James says go Stros. Jerry Francis is get knocked out by Jane next January. Being from LA, I'm obligated to hate you now. James Martin. Sorry. Kyle Seeger, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Denver or Baltimore? Ooh. I think I'd roll with Denver personally. Don't hate the matchup for Baltimore versus Indy, but I think I'd roll with Denver. All right, let me mess around here real quick. Jason, being from NYC, I'm also obligated to hate James Martin. Not sorry. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm an Alabama fan. Living in Houston, my phone hasn't stopped being Richard. Yikes. Yikes. All right, let me see here. Kyle, you sure Denver? Yeah, I think they can definitely cause Big Ben to force some turnovers. So I don't mind the matchup, quite frankly. V, hey, what's going on? Hope you're doing well. This is going to look kind of trippy for a second, guys. So while I sort this out, excuse me, trying to get Madden on the screen. And I think we can. How does that look on your guys' end? Hold on, I'll pull it up on on my phone here. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Yeah, let's get rolling with some. Okay, here's the real question, guys. Which Madden should I play? Because I've got like all of them. uh, let's see here. Kyle Sinker, or I feel you. V, not sure who to start this week. Crowder, Higgins, Thielen, or Myers, pick two. I also have Burrow as my QB, half PPR. I would definitely say, personally, I think Myers has a great matchup. Uh, so I like that start versus Houston quite a bit. And I like Crowder's matchup, but I would be inclined to say that Thielen has a pretty good start this week overall. Um, let's see here. Jason says both Denver and Baltimore are great starts. I agree. I think they're both going to have pretty solid stat lines this week. So yeah, I don't hate that at all. Set my lineup full PPR, Kyle. Yeah, send it my way, homie. And then Jason says Thielen and Higgins or Myers. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Richard, you should fire up NCAA. I would if I had them, man, but I don't, unfortunately. Uh, let's go with the most recent one. Let's go with some Madden 10, and let's see what we can't get out of some Madden 10. Okay. Fantasy Mike, Kareem Hunt, uh, Chuba Hubbard, or Tony Pollard in full PPR. This is not Madden 10. Wow. I'm trying to reset the PS2. There's a different disc in there, and it's not working. Okay, we'll come back to it. V, awesome. Thanks. Absolutely. Oh, and sorry, Fantasy Mike. I probably roll with Kareem Hunt out of those three, unless we get some weird, news that Zeke isn't playing. Then I would roll with Tony Pollard. But Chuba's probably still gonna have a pretty good game due to volume. V, awesome. Thanks. Absolutely. Hope you consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch fam, and throw us a like while you're at it. If you have any other fantasy questions on the night, please let me know as well. All right, so apparently I'm going to have to restart my PS2. Wow, what is my PS2 doing? This is interesting. Interesting. I don't even know that. Wow. Press any button. Okay. Jeez. This is why we don't fire up old school games, because they don't work. Let's see. Let's see. Kyle Singer. Full PPR, pick one running back. Williams, Hunt, pick two wide receivers. Hopkins, Godwin, Mooney, Claypool, tight end Gasecki, or Cook. One flex. I can start two tight ends. All right, let's see here. And sorry, guys, I'm having to use my phone with this setup at the second. So if my face is like buried on the screen, I apologize. Not that you guys care about seeing my face. So, Kyle, to answer your question, pick one running back. I would roll with Hunt over Williams. Two wide receivers. I would say Hopkins and Godwin. One tight end. I would say Gasecki. And in the flex, I would take a chance on Mooney or Claypool, but I would lean Mooney out of those guys, or even Williams. I think your flex, you can really roll with any of those guys, including Cook. But yeah, I would roll Kareem Hunt, Hopkins, Godwin, Gasecki, and then you could really go with any of those other guys. I have Derrick Henry. Yeah, definitely start Derrick Henry, bro. But good lineup, Kyle. Yeah, I like that overall. Hope that was helpful, Kyle. Let me know if you got any other questions, man. Fantasy Mike, what do I need to do for you to help me with one lineup for DKS Pro? I'm picking right now just one lineup. I understand if you're uh, too busy, but if you have some time, I'd appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, let me know what your options are, bro. I'll always help you out, my guy. He said Chupa Hubbard, not Nick Chubb. Yeah, Hunt. Then, yeah, you're good, Jason. No worries, homie. Jerry, fire up some GTA on that PS2. Maybe at some point on one of the late night streams, I will, bro. If you guys want to see me, I feel like Madden fits the channel though, right? I wonder if I could lower this a bit so you guys can actually see me a bit. Uh, yeah, that should help a little as I'm having to stare right at my phone. Holy crap, dude! I don't remember the last time I played Madden 10. Gosh, this is about to be awful. I think it's making me do like a tutorial. What is this? Okay. B. Is Thielen, Myers, and Crowder for Debo a good trade? His matchup is pretty good the rest of the season. I would say no. That's a lot to lose for one guy. So I would say no personally. I mean, I like the rest of those players on the season. I mean, I like Debo quite a bit, but I think you're losing a lot of depth there overall. So I would say no. Not a good trade. Okay, Fantasy Mike. Mooney, AJ Green, Tony, Bourne, or Sanders. Pick 2 full PPR. I would say AJ Green and Emmanuel Sanders. Yeah. Jaden, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see here. Is this a good trade? I traded away Kareem Hunt for Amari Cooper, but I do have Aaron Jones and Najee Harris. Just need wide receiver. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad trade then. I don't. Yeah. If you need the wide receiver, then I still think you're good at running back. So I don't think it's a bad trade. I mean, you got Jones and Najee Harris. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Wow, I don't know what my PS2 is doing. It has like a mind of its own right now. Okay. Let's see here. Kyle Singer, you got me covered, man. Gotta check my other leagues. That's my money league. Yeah, let me know if you got any other questions. Appreciate you coming out tonight, man. Lots of new faces rolling through. Hope you guys consider becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. And if not, man, I do just appreciate you guys coming out and chilling for the night. Everyone smash that like button. Let's get as many new viewers in the stream as we can tonight. All right, let's see here. Chase says good move, Jaden. Yeah, I do think it's a good move, Jaden. Fantasy Mike, wish you would download DKS and take a peek and make a lineup for me before the end of the stream. I know I'm asking for a lot. I can do that probably. I don't mind doing that. Actually, believe it or not. When it dies down a little bit in here, I'll do it for you, bro. V, thanks, man. Absolutely, homie. Of course. That's what we're here for. Let me know if you got any other fantasy questions on the night. Oh man, I forgot that. Okay. All right, let's see here. Sorry, I'm also like doing all this Madden stuff, and it's getting a little crazy. Forgot that it's going to show up at a slower rate what you guys see, and then okay, we're good now. We're good now. All right, Chase, who are the receivers you aren't trading? Yeah, good question. Good question. Fantasy Mike, Saquon and Allen Robinson for Adam Thielen and Leonard Fournette. I feel like I like the Saquon side more just because yeah, as Chase says, I take that if I was getting Barkley. Yeah, I like the side where you're getting Barkley a little bit more if you're asking me. That's where I would lean there as well. All right. So ignore what you're seeing on the screen for Madden. We're about to get started here. I'm going to start a Madden 10 franchise. Okay. Uh, Fantasy Mike, would you trade Cook for Nick Chubb and Myers? Yes, I would. Yeah, I would actually. I think that's a good trade. Chase says he wouldn't, which I don't mind that either. I mean, I think holding on to Dalvin Cook is good, and I think potentially getting another RB1 and a wide receiver one uh, is a good trade. Is a good trade too. So I can see both sides of that, and I don't really mind it either way, to be honest. Fantasy Mike, I declined. I want a better wide receiver one. Jerry says I don't know if I would either. I think Dalvin has the bigger upside. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't mind it either way, to be honest. As vanilla of as a answer that is, but I don't. All right, what do we have to do in Madden here? Let's skip training camp. We're gonna be the Colts. Chase Chubb is kind of met in PPR because of Hunt. Not sure if you're PPR though. Yeah, and I mean, listen, Chubb. I believe in Chubb on the season, but he has not scored a rushing touchdown this season, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, there's a little bit of hurt involved with Nick Chubb as well. All right, let's see. Man, Madden used to be so weird. Evan Ingram or Cameron Braid? I think Fantasy Mike. I think I'd lean towards Evan Ingram. Cameron Braid's still seeing a good target share, but I think I'd lean towards Evan Ingram. Chase Chubb isn't bad, but Cook is a top 3 running back, and Myers is just a flex candidate to me. Just my opinion, yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair opinion by all means, bro. Uh, I like Myers on the season still, just due to the volume that he'll see in that offense. Being that, I guess there is other options at the offense, but yeah, I mean, I don't disagree when healthy that Dalvin Cook's a top running back in the league. So I don't hate that opinion whatsoever. I could see it either way. If he needed the depth at receiver, uh, then I don't necessarily hate it. But yeah, I think it could go either way for sure. It's a good opinion, Chase. So I don't hate it whatsoever, man. Man, I can't believe we got Madden up on the screen. This is like kind of nuts that we put that together, guys. JT Moving, what's going on? It's good to see you as always. Hope you're doing fantastic. Good to have you here in the late night stream. Guys, we are past 1 o'clock. We are truly in the late night territory now. Thoughts on the Lions receiver Cephas as my flex tomorrow? I don't hate Quentin Cephas tomorrow, man. It's not the worst matchup ever as well. I mean, I like Cephas. Uh, when I started him, I think he had his one like bad week on the season or whatever. Um, of course, he did, right? When I started him, yeah, he had like the 1 point game, or at least I didn't start him. I picked him up. He was on my bench, and then I dropped him. So, uh, Minnesota's it's not the best matchup. It's not the worst matchup, but I don't think it's a bad flex play if you're that desperate. So I don't hate Cephas. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Someone's got to be the number 1 receiver for the Lions, right? Ryan, Chenault, Hollywood Brown, or Waddle is my flex. I like all 3 of those guys, man. I truly do. I think these are very, very good players overall to potentially start in the flex position. Chenault's got a beautiful matchup versus the abysmal Tennessee Titans, right? So I like that quite a bit. Then looking at the next guy, right? Hollywood Brown, a pretty good matchup overall versus Baltimore, or excuse me, not versus Baltimore. That would be his own team versus the Colts. And then when we move to my guy Waddle, he probably has the best matchup of all of those guys, right? Versus a god awful Tampa Bay secondary. So I like all three of those guys. I don't think you're going to make a bad decision no matter what you roll with. So it's a tough call. I think you could flip the three-sided coin and you'd be okay, man. Um, but personally, I think I'm leaning towards. I mean, Brown is probably the closest thing to a wide receiver one. Although I guess you could argue that. Oh wow, I guess you could argue that Waddle is as well, man. I think Waddle could have a sneaky strong day tomorrow, man. I truly do. So it's a tough call. Let me know where you are personally leaning, Ryan. Fantasy Mike, Parker, Moore, Rager, Tony, Callaway, Kirk. Pick three. Ooh, that's tough, man. I think I would say Kirk, Tony, and Callaway, though. That's definitely tough, though. Oh my gosh, man, this Madden is like blowing my mind. Okay. Jerry, I would stay away from the Steelers. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Uh oh, sorry, JM Dragger 99 and Mr. Comment. Hey, new to the channel, but love the content. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that support, man. Appreciate you being here as well. Let's see here. Would you start Claypool, Corey Davis, Sutton, or Waddle in PPR? If I had to pick one, I'd probably put Corey Davis as the best start out of those guys. But I pretty good options in terms of flex, right? I would put Corey Davis first, then Waddle, just because he's playing Tampa Bay, and then kind of a toss up between uh, both Sutton and Claypool. I think personally, I'd lean towards Claypool out of the two, but I would start Corey Davis as my first start out of all three of those guys for sure. But appreciate the support, man. Hope you subscribed tonight, became part of the Catch fam. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys all consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, appreciate you guys coming out. And guys, keep smashing that like button. It really does help get new viewers to the channel here in the Saturday night late stream. Always a blast, guys. We have been going at it for quite some time, and we are truly in the late hours, but hey, we're still cooling, guys. Still cooling. JT moving. I've got Tim Patrick, even though he's pretty consistent with 10 to 12 points. I don't know why I just don't like him. Yeah, I feel you there, man. I mean, I have him in both my leagues, and I'm pretty scared to start him for whatever reason. And it's actually a pretty good matchup versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. They haven't been that good in the secondary on the season, so he is consistent, and it's definitely good that our guy Teddy Bridgewater is back, right? But I feel you there. It can be he can be a hard guy to start as well, but he's been very consistent on the season as well. All right, let's see here. Ryan, would you trade Antonio Gibson and Waddle for Fournette and Adam Thielen? Yes, I think I would. Think it's an upgrade at receiver in terms of Adam Thielen. And I'm scared about Antonio Gibson. I mean, I still like him on the season. Don't get me wrong, but he's just banged up, right? I mean, I don't know. That's a tough call. Let us know in the chat what you guys think of Ryan's trade there. Antonio Gibson and Waddle for Fournette and Adam Thielen. All right, let's see here. Chase, Patrick has low ceiling because of the offense. I'm a Broncos fan, and I get it. Tomorrow, he may be the wide receiver one for Denver, though, and he is good in the red zone. Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel better about starting him over Cortland Sutton. And when Jerry Jeudy comes back, which I'm very excited for, Chase, I hope you are too, man. I'm a big Jerry Jeudy fan. I was crazy about Jerry Jeudy all offseason and preseason. Talked about him a ton on this channel. Think I cursed him like I cursed half the fantasy players I drafted this year. I gave that injury bug to a lot of guys. But nonetheless, man, when he comes back, he's going to ball too. But I agree with you, man. I think Patrick is a good player to start right now. But I can definitely see where it's hard to start him as well. It's Crypt. What's up, brother? It's good to see you, dog. Happy to have you here, man. Uh, love seeing you in the chat, my guy. Great to have you here in the Saturday night late stream. Can always count on you, my guy. Definitely good to see you, my guy. Hope you had a fantastic week. Loyal member to the Catch Fam. It's a blast tonight here in the Saturday night stream, and it's a blast to have you here, brother. What's up, man? How you feeling? Hurts or Herbert for this week? I would roll with Hurts. I don't mind Herbert. I mean, I still think he's going to have a pretty solid stat line overall. But personally, if it was my roster, I would roll with Jalen Hurts. Even if he has a bad week, he's still a lock for 20 points the way he plays. So I would roll with Hurts, man. Ryan, I currently have Chenault in the flex because of the DJ Chark injury. And the coaches saying they want Chenault more involved. Yeah, those are two great points. The next great point is that he is playing against Tennessee Titans. So, yeah, I think it's a good move, bro. Fantasy Mike, just want to say cheers. You've been great, man. You've been consistent. I just want to say thank you for all the great answers you've given. Next 10 mine. Let's get OG tough questions for John. Let's go. Oh gosh, yeah. Whatever you guys think of, man. Let's keep it going. I'm here for at least another hour or two, so let's get it going, brothers and sisters, I should say. Chase Willner, between Chenault and Patrick, go for Chenault all day. Better matchup. Yeah, that matchup is juicy, boys. I mean, that matchup is beautiful. So yeah, I don't mind that whatsoever. All right, let's see here. Fantasy Mike Waller at the flex or DJ Moore? Tough question. Oh man, that's tough. I think just due to pure volume, gosh, you could argue this either way all day long. I mean, that's tough, bro. Part of me feels inclined to say DJ Moore, but that's tough, dog. How can I not say Waller at the same time? I mean, that's tough. Thanks for tough questions. I guess that was your whole point, man. Zenergy, what's going on? I like the Dogecoin avatar. Shout out Doge. I appreciate that, man. Good call there. I like that quite a bit. To the moon, baby. Kadarius Toney or Chenault? I would roll with Chenault. More proven in that offense as a whole, and a beautiful matchup as well. I mean, not a bad matchup for Toney against the Cowboys as well. But I would, if it was my roster, I would personally be rolling probably with Chenault in that matchup. Jerry says, I think more. Yeah, I kind of lean that way as well, man. I kind of do as well. Let's see here. Mantle, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Welcome to the Catch. Great to have you here in the Saturday Night Late Stream. Any new faces out there joining, man? Hope you guys consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But I do appreciate you guys just coming out and chilling and asking some fantasy Q&A. 16-man PPR redraft. Eckler and Terry McLaurin, or excuse me, Terry, Joe Burrow for Jonathan Taylor, Joe Mixon, and Jalen Hurts. Wow. That's a loaded one, man. Eckler, Terry, Joe, Jonathan, Joe, Jalen. I think I prefer the Eckler side of things. I do. I think that's where I land. But they're both good options. But I think that's where I would lean. Mantle is on the Eckler side of things. Fantasy Mike, Chuba Hubbard, Harris, Zach Moss, Leonard Fournette, Miles Sanders, Gaskin, pick 2 in full PPR. I would say Zach Moss and Damian Harris. I think they have the 2 best matchups out of the 2, so that's who I would personally lean with. But definitely a tough call there, as usual. Ryan, are you planning on doing the draft today? No. We still got to get a couple more people for the Catch Fam official midseason draft. It'll probably be next weekend before Saturday. or a weekday as soon as we get more people in there. So not tonight, Ryan. I apologize if there was any confusion around that, but no, we were not planning on doing it tonight. Mantle. I've got Javonte Williams as my RB2 and Chenault on my bench as well. Those are good moves. But I do lean on Eckler, as I now see Chase also saying I prefer the Eckler side. I agree with you, Chase. Mantle, okay, that's my side. Should I cancel the trade? Do you think? Yeah, I mean, I think that. Wow, that was a huge stutter by me. But yeah, I mean, I think both sides are good, but I do personally think that the side who's getting, I mean, gosh, that is a tough call, man. Don't get me wrong; it's a tough call overall. But I think Eckler, Scary Terry, and Joe Burrow, especially in redraft. I mean, that's a tough call, man. I mean, I don't mind Jonathan Taylor, Joe Mixon, and Jalen Hurts, but I think I'd lean towards the Eckler side of things. Very good question, Mantle, and definitely a tough decision for you. Fantasy Mike, Devontae Adams or DJ Moore this week, full PPR. Personally, wow, I like both of those guys quite a bit. Quite a bit. Uh, I think I would roll. I think I'd just take a shot on Devontae Adams. I mean, just due to volume, right? Although you can argue the same thing with DJ Moore. Giving me the tough questions. I see you, bro. Uh, I think I'd roll with Devontae Adams, though. I love both of those guys. Uh, Samuel or Mike Evans. I think I'd roll Mike Evans there. Robinson or Jacobs. Or actually, I take that back. I think I'd roll with Debo Samuel. But I mean, actually, yeah, Miami's been pretty good against opposing wide receivers, so I think I'd roll Debo Samuel. James Robinson or Josh Jacobs. I'd roll with James Robinson. I do like Josh Jacobs, but it's a tougher matchup. So yeah, personally, I'd be rolling with James Robinson. Ryan says Debo. Yeah, I actually agree with you there. Nick Gomez, what's going on, man? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. Who should I start? Corey Davis, Devonta Smith, or Allen Robinson? I would start Corey Davis versus the Falcons. I really like this matchup. I'm starting him in both my primary leagues. So that's who I would roll with. Yeah. But good question, bro. Appreciate that question tonight as well. KA9, top 5 wide receivers to get. Ooh. In terms of trades, I would say Stephon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, CeeDee Lamb. Ooh. And then maybe Chris Godwin. I think those are realistic trade options right now. If you're asking for trades, let me know, KA9. Yeah, let me know. If you're asking for trades, I think those are probably the top realistic like wide receiver ones you could trade for. Fantasy Mike drinking helps me see clear. Fair enough. Chase Wellner, even though it would benefit the channel, I'm glad this one doesn't have 10,000 people all commenting. Hey, I appreciate you looking at both sides of things, and I appreciate the small community, man. You know, no matter theoretically how big this channel ever gets, dude, we'll never forget these small tight knit community days. And moving forward, whatever happens, man, I'm happy either way. If we only ever have 200 subscribers, or if we have 200,000, or whatever, man, I won't forget the guys and all you guys who are here in the early days, man. These will always be the best days of the Catch fam and the original OG day, man's or OG days. So yeah, man, I appreciate you looking at both sides of things there. But yeah, I like that we have a little small community and you guys can get real, genuine fantasy feedback and not have to compete in the live chat as well. Jerry, have a couple of drinks on the stream, John. Yeah, I actually don't drink. I only drink on Christmas and on vacation. So, but I'm drinking some beautiful water out of my beautiful Star Wars mug. So I'll drink some water for you, brother. Chase, can we talk about your profile picture? Says Fantasy Mike. Jace, do you see CD having a good week? Yeah, I like this matchup versus the Giants quite a bit. So yeah, I do think he'll have a good week. He needs one. He's due for one. So yeah, I do think he'll have a good week. Arthur Wu, what's going on? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Appreciate you being here, brother. Let's get to your question. Trade Damian Harris and Woods for Mixon and Waddle. I don't mind that trade. I think you get an immediate upgrade at the running back position and a much more consistent player. But then on the vice versa, you're losing a much more consistent player with Robert Woods at the receiver position compared to Jalen Waddle. I don't mind both sides of that. But I just think you want to look at where you want to upgrade. Would you rather see an upgrade at the receiver position and keep Robert Woods, or would you rather, see an upgrade at the running back position and get Joe Mixon? I do think that Joe Mixon is valuable enough that you should consider the trade in general. But I would just see, where you're more confident in. Are you more confident in your receivers? Then I think that you go ahead and trade Robert Woods, and I think vice versa. If not, you can go ahead and trade, uh, Harris away and get Mixon if you need better running backs overall. All right, let's see here. Nick Gomez, Corey Davis, yes, sir. Had the same thing. Thank you. Hope you're having a good night, also, bro. Absolutely appreciate that, Nick. Appreciate you coming out tonight, man. Do certainly appreciate all you guys coming out to the Saturday night late stream and throwing out some good fantasy Q&A. You guys been killing it tonight, man. Catch fan in full force. Great overall, fantasy Q&A tonight, man. It's been a blast so far. KA9, yeah. Do you feel KA9 like those are good trade options, viable trade options within your league, man? Let me know what you think about those guys overall, man. All right, let's see here. Fantasy Mike start. Robbie Anderson. I'm an Eagles fan and can promise a 100-yard and TD from Robbie. Hey, you heard it first here from Fantasy Mike. I mean, if he says it, man, I don't know that I can bet against him. So yeah. MB, what's going on? Good to see you tonight, man. Good to have you here as always, brother. Thanks for coming out to the late night stream. Keenan and Mooney for Kittle and Cup. Yeah. I mean, I think if you're hurting at the tight end position down the stretch, you're going to get a great tight end when he is healthy, right? And then I think you're trading Keenan Allen for Cup. I mean, I like Keenan Allen. Don't get me wrong. I think Mooney's a good flex, but I think it's a good upgrade. I mean, I like Keenan Allen quite a bit, but at the same time, man, I don't mind getting Cooper Cup whatsoever. So I think it's a pretty good trade as long as you're, uh, confident in your flex receivers, right? I don't think it's a bad trade at all. Zippies, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. Any new faces out here, man? Hope you guys do consider becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, appreciate you guys coming out tonight. Everyone keep smashing that like button. Helps get us, new viewers to the stream. And anyone not subscribed, hope you guys do consider subscribing. Like I said, becoming part of the Catch fam. All right, let's get to the question. Let's see here. Steelers or Arizona defense? Tough question. I like both of these plays quite a bit. I mean, my co-host Steven always releases his must-start defenses on the week, right? And I'm trying to remember. I think he mentioned both of these guys, but he really likes Trey Lance, so he may have not. But or both of these defensive teams, I should say. I would take a shot on Arizona. They performed better from a fantasy perspective on the season. And I can see Trey Lance making a mistake or two. And even if he has a good day, I could still see them having about an 8 to 10 point day. I don't think either of these teams are going to have crazy days, but it just depends. I mean, if your league gives you points for sacks, then I don't mind the Steelers' defense. But if you're looking for pure turnovers, then I do think Arizona has a better shot at causing turnovers. Now, if Drew Lock was starting over Teddy Bridgewater due to the concussion, then I would consider the Steelers more heavily. But we know that Bridgewater is expected to play, so that makes me lean more towards Arizona. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Fantasy Mike, trade Austin Eckler and Diggs for Elliott and McLaurin. Personally, I wouldn't. I mean, I like both sides of that, but I think I like Eckler right now a little bit more. Like just in general, I really like the way Eckler's been playing. Chase's Zippies. I kind of want to say Steelers. Yeah, I could go back and forth on that one. Chase, Fantasy Mike, McLaurin or Allen. I would say McLaurin on the week, but I really like both of those guys. Jaden, rate my team: Josh Allen, Aaron Jones, Najee Harris, Devontae Adams, Brandon Cooks, T.J. Hawkinson, Cooper Bills, and Harrison Butt Kicker. That's a tough one, man. I mean, it's not tough in terms of rating, because I mean, I'm just looking at like some of these guys who performed so much better in the first like 2 weeks, like Cooks and Hawkinson and Cooper. But overall, I really like your team. On the season, I really like your team. That's a solid A, bro. Good job, Jaden. Solid A on that squad. Let's see here. Jerry, missing Steven a little extra tonight. I will let him know, man. I'm gonna send him this right now, make him cry. Uh oh no, we gotta delay a game in Madden. What you guys are seeing for Madden is a little bit delayed from what is actually happening. Especially since I won't be able to join as much next week. Going on a trip with my girlfriend. Oh man, I hate to hear that. Well, I don't hate to hear it, but definitely a bummer. We won't see as much next week, man. As we always appreciate you, bro. But hope you enjoy your time, man. Enjoy your trip. Enjoy your time with your girlfriend, man. And don't worry about the channel, bro. We'll be here when you get back. But you'll see Steven throughout the week as well. And I'll make sure to know, or make sure to let him know that him being here is hurting you, bro. So, but yeah, appreciate you giving that sentiment out to Steven, man. I'll let him know. And definitely enjoy your trip, man, and relax and everything. And have a good time, bro. Everyone needs a little bit of de-stress right now. So, Fantasy Mike, trade Najee Harris and Mike Evans for Saquon Barkley and Marvin Jones. I wouldn't. I don't mind both sides of that trade, but I would hold on to Harris and Mike Evans quite personally. Chase Wellner, Eagles are like the Falcons, always a good wide receiver matchup. I agree. Yeah. I mean, that was like pretty early on. Was that week one? No. Yeah. Wasn't it when the Eagles and the Falcons played this year? Gosh, I feel like week one was so long ago. And yeah, I mean, that was a big prediction for that game when we were doing our must starts for that week was that was week two, actually. That was week two. I'm trying to remember. No, was that week one? Week one. Let me know, guys. Someone figure it out for me. But anyways, yeah, that was like one of my main points. Is anytime those two teams play, there's a lot of points put up, right? So yeah, I definitely agree with you, Chase. MB, Keenan, Mooney, Pittman, and Goddard. Let's see here. Oh, okay, I see. Getting some gap down action. Nick Gomez, Ryan Tannehill, or Trey Lance. I'm thinking Ryan. I like both of those guys. Don't get me wrong. But I do feel like Ryan Tannehill is a sneaky start versus the Jags this week. I actually like Ryan Tannehill quite a bit, but if you want to take a chance on Trey Lance, then I don't mind that either. But yeah, I do think that Ryan Tannehill versus the Jags is a very good sneaky start this week. Sushi lover, what's going on? I love me some sushi too. Thinking about sushi here at 1:30 in the morning, where I am at least. Would love to have some sushi. Josh Jacobs or Jacoby Myers. I like both those guys, but listen, Jacoby Myers versus Houston is kind of an undeniable matchup, man. Just due to his volume alone, especially if that's your flex position. I mean, Josh Jacobs always gives you a chance to get in the red zone, so I don't mind him at all. But personally, I think I'd be rolling with I'd be sorry, just reading Fantasy Mike's latest comment in all caps. I think I'd personally be rolling with Jacoby Myers. Chase Wellner. Have Lance on my bench. He's worth stashing, but I don't think I trust him over Tanny. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the conviction, just give it a week, see how Trey Lance does in this first full start, although he played very well in that second half game last week with Jimmy G going out, right? But I think that it's a good start with Ryan Tannehill. And I think that for now, you're in a good position to start Tannehill and let you get actual sample size out of Trey Lance this week. All right, let's see here. Jaden, I think Najee is better than Saquon. I don't necessarily disagree. I like both of them a lot on the season. Uh, but yeah, if you got the conviction, roll with Najee Harris, bro. Jaden, Ravens defense start. Yeah, I don't mind them this week. Hopefully they can get some turnovers over Carson Wentz, but they haven't been fantastic on the season. But I don't think they're the worst start out there. Fancy Mike, Marvin Jones, Devonta Smith, and CEH for McLaurin. I mean, I do like Scary Terry quite a bit, but that's a lot of capital to give up for just Scary Terry. Fancy Mike, I heard the Vikings defense is posting a shutout and 7 sacks tomorrow. Drunk Mike says so. If you say so, brother. K9, who should I play, Elliott or Najee Harris? Ooh, it's a better matchup for Elliott. I mean, this Broncos defense is really no joke, bro. They are quite good. So if you're asking me, as much as I like Najee Harris, we've had some discussion about him getting some very good PPR value out of this game. I don't mind. I like that argument as well. That does make me want to think about him at least. But personally, just looking at the matchup, right, I think that I would lean with Ezekiel Elliott in a divisional game versus the Giants. Sushi Lever. Okay, then should I swap Josh for Elijah Mitchell or no? Personally, yes. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just had to think about that one for a second. I would roll with Josh Jacobs over Mitchell. Yeah. I mean, you guys, if you're new here, listen, I am very biased against the San Francisco 49ers backfield. I don't like it one bit. I truly don't. They're very inconsistent. They scare me on a weekly basis. Kyle Shanahan scares me. The way he coaches and uses these running backs. We don't know if Trey Sermon's going to go off or Mitchell or if Jeff Wilson's going to come back from injured reserve or Raheem Mostert's going to come back to life or if I don't know, man. I just don't like that backfield at all. They scare me from a fantasy perspective. So personally, if it was my roster lever, I would roll with Josh Jacobs over Mitchell. All right. Jerry, Drunk Mike, what are the lucky numbers to win the lottery? Yeah, please let me know. I need to know, man. That would definitely benefit all of us. I just give everyone every member of the Catch fam a handout if that happened. Let's see here. Fantasy or Nick Gomez. I have Nick Chubb as my HB1 and Kenneth Gainwell as my HB2. Is that okay, or should I pick up Michael Carter from the Jets? I don't mind either of those guys as your 1 and 2. Yeah. And I don't mind necessarily picking up Michael Carter either. It's a good time to do it as he may start to take off here. So I think you can start both of those guys. I think Gainwell's got a good chance to get in the end zone, but it's a pretty tough matchup versus the Panthers. So I think it's a good week to have Michael Carter, man. It's a good matchup versus the Falcons. So I don't hate that either. It's a better matchup than Gainwell's. Fantasy Mike, I only do fantasy. Just like Brady's the goat at football, he ain't the goat at basketball. Fair enough. Let's see here. Fantasy Mike, my sources tell me start A-Rob, Robbie Anderson, and DJ Moore. Well, hey man, you're the master. You're the go-to guy. So you tell us, brother. Oh gosh, man. Madden's getting crazy. All right. Are you guys enjoying the Madden 10 gameplay? Let me know. Sushi Lover. Okay, thanks, bro. I'll leave a sub. Appreciate that, man. And anytime you got any fantasy questions, man, please check out the channel. Put out free content every day. Do plenty of live streams so you can come in and be interactive and get some good feedback. So yeah, appreciate your support, man. Hope you had a good time in the stream. Hope you stick around a little bit longer, man. And let me know if you have any other fantasy questions. And congrats on you becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Let's see here. Nick Gomez. I'm a Washington football team fan, and our defense is scary. Had to pick up the Cowboys defense. Yeah, I would call myself a Washington football team fan as well. Go Nationals as well. Go Caps. And yeah, their defense has been very bad this year. Our defense has been very bad this year, I should say. And Dallas has played much, much better. Luckily, our offense has looked all right, though. I mean, the Heineke playing all right, man. I like him quite a bit at the quarterback position. Our defense has not been as advertised, though. That's for sure. Jerry, how long have you been on YouTube, including this channel and the other one? Let me do some math here. Half a year? Yeah. Only about 6 months. Yeah. 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 Just thinking about it because it's been a crazy ride. Yeah. Yeah, only about half a year. And the gaming channel did not work out. And that was probably one of the best moves I made, was just realizing that it's a hard niche to get into and that wasn't going to work out, and moving on to something else. And quite honestly, as much as I like video games, football stuff, I've been doing it for my whole life, and I feel like it comes natural. And I really enjoy this. I really love this community, man. And I love YouTube, man. Been crazy about YouTube for a while, and just even having this community that we've built here at the Catch, it means the world to me, man. It's a dream come true. Just being able to hang out on Saturday night and have you guys hang out with me, man. It's crazy. So, but yeah, to answer your question, man, only about 6 months, which is actually, I guess, a pretty long time when you think about it. Fantasy Mike, imagine waking up early at 8 a.m. to watch the Falcons at Jets. If you're not in fantasy, then get some extra sleep. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, man. Let's see here. Imagine. Oh, okay, sorry, I just read that one. Chase Wellner, the fan celebrating is cool. Louise, start Hollywood or Chase? I think I'd roll with Jamar Chase versus a Jair Alexander list Green Bay Packers team. Fantasy Mike, Najee Harris or a Saquon. I think I'd roll with Saquon. I think it's a better matchup, man. Chase Wellner, I have Pitts. Hope I wake up to him having a monster game. I hope you do too, brother. Randon, what's going on, man? Good to see you tonight. Who wins this trade? Ridley for Patterson and Galladay. I think Galladay's protection is going to be a little bit hurt when we see Shepard and Slayton come back, right? But I like where Patterson's at. I like Ridley on the season. I just think in terms of overall value right now, I think the owner who has Patterson and Galladay wins. On the season, though, I think Ridley could turn it back up. So it's hard to say. But right now, I definitely think the Patterson owner wins. Good question, Brandon. Any new faces coming through, man? Appreciate you guys being here in the late night stream, especially as we really are cutting into the late night hours, man. But if you guys are new here, hope you guys consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight, and keep smashing that like button, man, as it truly, truly does help us get new viewers to this stream as well. All right, let's see here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I looked up at Madden for a second. I'm like not really paying attention to at this point. Nick Gomez, man, I'm loving the way he is playing. Also, he's a playmaker. Hopefully, we get a win over the Saints. Yeah, I like Heineke, man. He's a gunslinger, man. Like he's got a little bit of Brett Favre in him, man. I like Ryan Fitzpatrick. I was really happy with him in the offseason addition and everything. But I mean, I hate to say it, but in a non-morbid way, right? I'm kind of, I don't want to say happy. I never wish injury on anyone, but to some degree, I just like seeing Heineke out there. I was trying to phrase that in the best way possible. That didn't come off as rude to our boy Ryan Fitzpatrick, right? All right, let's see here. Man, these glasses get super stuck here, man. All right, let's see. For some reason in Madden, it just took all my starters out. Evan Harrison, my bad. Did you say Moss or Jacobs? Personally, I would probably lean towards Moss, as I think it's just a better matchup overall. Oh gosh, what is Madden doing? Put all my. I don't know why some of the old Maddens do this, where it takes away all of your starters. Fantasy Mike, another cheers to John, aka the Catch. You've been great, and answered all my questions. Everyone else says you've been very dedicated. Not going to have much more of you, especially after football is over. When January hits, I know you're leaving. It's going to be a sad time for all of us. Oh man, I'll be here, man. I'll be here in some capacity. But yep, wife and I having a little baby girl, and fortunately, nothing's going to come before that. But I'll be on the channel at least once a week for sure, man. And yeah, it'll cool down a little bit in the off season as well. But well, dude, the catch will be very strong. We will be going very strong, so don't worry about that, brother. Don't worry about it one bit. And Steven will be running things as well. We'll have plenty of content all throughout the NFL playoffs once fantasy is over. Even if spending time with my newborn baby, right? We'll have plenty of content during the Super Bowl. We'll have plenty of content. We got so many things planned in the off season for the channel as well, man. So don't worry about it, man. The Catch fam will continue strong. Victor, what's going on, man? Singletary, Boyd, or Tim Patrick for the flex? Tough call. I think, gosh, part of me is really looking at Tim Patrick now. What do you guys think for Victor? Singletary, Boyd, or Tim Patrick? I mean, I like Singletary. I feel like I've been leaning more towards Zach Moss lately, but I still feel pretty good overall about Singletary as well. And I like Tyler Boyd, but with T. Higgins coming back, I mean, I still think that Boyd could have a very good game. So it's a tough call. It's a tough call, man. But I think I like Tim Patrick. I mean, Pittsburgh has not been very good in the secondary, so I don't mind that play at all. James Conner or Tony Pollard, says Fantasy Mike. I think I'm inclined to roll with James Conner right now. MB, Dalvin and Pittman for Cup and Kittle. Yeah. Ooh. I mean, it just depends if you need the upgrade if you're confident in your other running backs, then I don't mind it. And if you need the upgraded receiver, then I don't mind it, but it's tough. Fantasy Mike, Juju Smith, or Antonio Brown, I'd roll with AB. Brandon, should I drop Russ? Tannehill is my backup for Lance, or just ride with him until he's healthy? Ooh, that's tough. That's tough, man. I don't think I'd drop Russell. I think I'd roll with Tannehill for now. Fancy Mike, thanks, John, A.K. The Catch, for always answering my questions. Everyone else, fully and actually showing emotion towards us. Thank you, bro. Of course, man. That's what we're here for, brother. That's what the Catch fam's all about, dog. So absolutely, man. No need to say thanks, but absolutely, bro. You're appreciated as well. Chase Wilner, Randon, I'm guessing you don't have the IR bench option. Randon says, nope. Yeah, that would be the most feasible thing. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy that some leagues don't have that as an option, man. Truly is. At least one spot, right? Jedi Mind Tricks. Love the name. All about Star Wars here, secretly at the Catch as well. So I love that, man. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic, man. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam tonight by hitting that sub button. But nonetheless, let's get to the question. Bro, start New Orleans defense or Vikings? Personally, I think I would roll with the Vikings. I mean, I don't mind New Orleans as well versus Washington, but I think that Washington's still going to play pretty well offensively, and the Giants kind of just torched the Saints last weekend and took them from the number one team in fantasy all the way down to the third spot, right? So if you're asking me, I think I think that the better matchup there is honestly going to be, at least on the defensive side of things, going to be the Vikings. I think that Jared Goff's more inclined to make some turnovers. But it's definitely a good question. Jedi mind tricks. I love it, man. We've got the Star Wars mug right here, brother. All right, let's see here. Fantasy Mike, Randall Cobb, Christian Kirk, or Allen Robinson one. Pick or Allen Robinson, pick one. Full PPR. Wow, that's tough. That's quite tough. I think I would take a shot on Randall Cobb, honestly. Fantasy Mike game picks. I'm calling for game picks and score, John. Oh gosh, that's for tomorrow's pregame stream. Chase Wilner. Dang, I lost Wilson, but I'm stashing him on IR. I have Heineke and Lance on the roster. Don't trust Lance yet, but he has upside. I agree with that 100%, man. And I love that you've got the Heineker, bro. Truly do. Chase Wilner. Sadly, we don't know if Jimmy G will return or not. Yeah. I've also heard the conspiracy that Jimmy G is not even hurt, man. This is all a ploy to get Trey Lance out there. Kyle Ellis made it through, man. It's good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing fantastic, man. Always good to have you here. Good to see you. Late night stream, made it. What's up, man? How was your day? My day was good. How was yours, brother? 8-man PPR. Let's see here. Choosing the Madden play. We start 3 wide receivers, 3 running backs. Trade Jones Jr. and Waddle for Hunt. My other 3 receivers: Chase, Woods, AB, Chenault, Hollywood. My other running backs: Henry, Jones, Mixon, Carson, Javante. Yeah, I don't. If you're getting Kareem Hunt right, I don't mind that trade at all. Yeah, I think it's a good trade. Why not get the extra running back on your team? I like it, Kyle. Fantasy Mike, Stephon Diggs or Darren Waller or DJ Moore and Devontae Adams. I think I'd roll with Moore and Adams here, bro. I mean, both are good lineups, but I think I'd roll DJ Moore and Adams. Chase, I don't want to tell you to hold 3 QBs, but I'm doing it myself. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Jerry, it's crazy how fast 4 hours pass by. Yeah, you're telling me. I can't believe it's already freaking 2 in the morning, man. Probably start to wind things down over the next hour, but we're still cooling, man. We're still cooling for a little bit. It is definitely crazy how quickly the time flies, especially in the Saturday night late streams, man. Fantasy Mike, Herbert or Brady, and Elliott or Robinson. I like Brady this week. He needs a good game, like statistically speaking, right? So I do like him this week. Elliott or Robinson? I really like James Robinson this week, man. And I really like Elliott too. That's a tough one. Kareem Hunt, James Conner, or Elijah Mitchell. I would rate those guys Connor, Hunt, Mitchell this week. I like Connor and Hunt a lot more, though, overall. All right, let's see here. Miles Sanders, Miles Gaskin, or Carter? Quite honestly, man, I think I'd roll with Carter. It's just a great matchup versus the Falcons, and I feel pretty good about that overall. Don't feel. I mean, I'm not even considering Miles Gaskin from a fantasy perspective right now, and I still believe in Miles Sanders. I don't want to give up on him completely, but personally, my The guy I would start would be Carter. Good matchup. Good game script. So yeah. Harris or Swift? I would roll with Swift personally. He's just been the better player. But Harris has a beautiful matchup. So it's a tough call. I think it's a good start either way. All right, let's see. Chase Wellner, bench 2, Adams, Debo, Terry, AJ, Patterson. Jeez. Jeez, that's tough. Oh my gosh, dude. Is Marcus Lattimore playing for the Saints? If he is, then I guess bench Terry. And then bench Debo because we're not sure of the chemistry between him and Lance. And then start Adams, AJ Brown versus Jacksonville, and Patterson versus the Jets. But gosh, that's extremely hard. And I think no matter who you start out of those guys, you're going to have a good lineup. Debo Samuel or Chris Godwin. Yikes. I think I'd roll with Chris Godwin's due for a good game. I think I'd roll Chris Godwin, but I like Debo a whole lot, man. Although I just said to bench him for Chase, but that's just based on an extremely difficult decision there. D-Hop or Thielen. I'd probably roll D-Hop this week. He's due for a big game. Schultz or Kittle? Well, Kittle's not playing, so I'd roll Schultz. Start 3, Boyd, Chenault, Cooks, Juju. Chenault, Boyd, and Cooks. Not feeling good about Juju this week. What time is the morning stream? I usually just do like a pregame, just final hour fantasy question stream. So probably like 10 or 11 or 12. Sometime between 10 and 12. Just a little bit of Final Fantasy Q&A before the games kick off. James Martin, Derek Carr, or Herbert? Big yawn. They both have relatively difficult matchups. I think I'd roll with Herbert the way the Chargers are playing right now, though. Rock out. Got a dilemma. Got Javonte Williams at RB2, but hoping Cook is out so I can use Madison as my second flex. I got Corey Davis flex, got Michael Carter. So if Cook was out, I would put Madison at RB2. I mean, I think no matter who you end up starting, you've got good players, man. So Javonte Williams RB2, Cook is out. Man, I think you're fine with just Corey Davis and Michael Carter if you're worried about the Madison situation, quite frankly. Also, I have Hunt and Mixon, and Mixon plays. I play Hunt, right? Yeah, I would agree with that, James. I would agree. Fancy Mike, GJ, AJ Green, Pittman, Smith, Gordon, Beasley, Sanders, AJ Brown, T. Higgins, pick 3. Out of those guys specifically, I'd say Brown, Higgins, and Devonta Smith. Murray or Brady? Murray, hands down. Brady or Dak? I think I'd say Dak. Rock out. Jets play at 9:30. Yeah, I quite honestly, I probably won't be up in time. We might start the stream towards the end of that game, but I probably won't be up that early. Just being completely honest, I'll probably just stream whenever I do wake up. leading into the 1 o'clock games, and then rock out, take a nap, eat some food, and just lay on the couch and watch football all day. Would you trade away Justin Young? Would you trade away Gibson, Patterson for Jonathan Taylor? Uh, I don't think I would. I view Antonio Gibson and Jonathan Taylor in very similar fashion. I still like both of these guys on the season quite a bit, but I wouldn't want to give up Patterson. I mean, I just don't want to give up that production until we see it come to some sort of a halt. And I mean, even if he does half of what he's doing right now, he's still so valuable. I mean, he is the guy on that offense. So personally, I don't think I would personally do the trade. Let us know in the chat for Justin Young, guys. Would you trade away Gibson and Patterson for Jonathan Taylor in full PPR? Fantasy Mike, Elliott, Barkley, Harris, Robinson, and Jonathan Taylor pick 2. Huh. Wow, that's tough. I think. Uh-oh. Another big yawn. I think I'd choose Elliott and Barkley. I like that game script for those guys quite a bit. Fantasy Mike, Joe Burrow or Dak? I think I like the game script for Dak more. But I think Joe Burrow is going to have a good day too, bro. Justin Young, Patterson or Hunt in full PPR. This week, I mean, I like both of those guys, but I think personally, I'd start Patterson. You guys are going to hate me if I get this wrong, but I feel very, very good about this Jets and Falcons offense, or excuse me, this game script for both of these guys overall. Jerry might say Hunt, though. I mean, I don't mind Hunt either. I like both of those plays quite a bit. Khalil, what's going on, man? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing fantastic. Thanks for coming out to the late night stream. Sup, bro? SOS, need help on this one. Murray or Josh Allen? Wow, Josh Allen might have a monster day the way that the Kansas City Chiefs are playing, right, defensively. So I really like that play a bit, but I have a very tough time telling you to bench Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray might be the best quarterback in the league right now. Let us know in the chat for Khalil here. Josh Allen versus the Chiefs or Kyler Murray versus San Francisco. They're both fantastic starts, man. It's a very good problem to have. The weather might affect the Bills Chiefs game, so you might want to lean with Kyler Murray, as I think he should have good weather tomorrow. Fantasy Mike, Josh Taylor or Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs. I think I'd roll Jonathan Taylor between those two. James Barton, Hunt and Chenault for Jamal Chase. Someone sent me that. I don't hate that trade necessarily. If you need a true wide receiver one, that is. Fancy Mike, Jonathan Gordon, KJ Osborne, or Rondo Moore as a sleeper. I take a chance on KJ Osborne versus the Lions. Justin Young, Cooper, Gibson, Higgins, AB, or Hunt in full PPR. I need the most upside play here. Just need one. Huh. That's tough. Potentially Higgins versus Green Bay. He no longer has Jair Alexander. Let us know what you guys think for Justin. I don't think it's Gibson banged up versus the Saints. It might be AB as he's not going to see a lot of that defensive pressure. Could be Hunt. That's tough. Cooper, due for a big game versus the Giants, divisional game. It's tough. Fancy Mike says Josh Allen, the Bills are for real. That's a tough one, says Jerry. Yeah, I don't disagree. Definitely tough overall. Fantasy Mike, Antonio Brown, Christian Kirk, Chase Claypool, and Tyler Boyd pick 2. Jeez. You guys are hitting me with some tough ones tonight. I think I'd roll with AB and Tyler Boyd out of those guys. Endless official, what's going on? I have 2 wide receiver slots left, and I'm deciding between Marquise Brown, Patterson, AJ Brown, and CD Lamb. I'm starting Williams and Godwin in other 2 slots. I would definitely start Patterson, man. I love this matchup versus the Jets. I think it's beautiful by all means. I would start Patterson. It's an easy start for me. AJ Brown, right? A great matchup versus the Jags. So as long as he's healthy and we get that word, man, pretty sure I just itched my armpit on the live stream. So shout out to me for that. But yeah, uh, I would rate those guys Patterson, AJ Brown. Oh my gosh, that's tough, man. That's tough. Thanks for coming out and asking the question because that is tough, man. I mean, I think CD Lamb has a good game script against the Giants. And I like Brown, not too bad against the Colts as well. But I think Patterson versus the Jets and AJ Brown versus the Jags are probably the best matchups on paper. So I think that's who I'd lean towards. But CD Lamb's due for a good game, and it's a pretty good matchup. And Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown, right? A pretty good matchup versus the Colts. So good question, man. Let me know if you got any others, man. Any new faces coming through at this point. Hope you guys consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight, and let's keep smashing that like button, guys. Let's keep getting new viewers to the stream tonight, and let's keep on rolling, guys. Good question, Endless Official. Justin Young, would you drop Bateman for Tony in full PPR for the rest of the season? For now, yes. I don't know for the rest of the season. I just don't know how. I mean, Sterling Shepard's going to come back. Darius Slayton's going to come back, right? So I don't know if I do for the rest of the season necessarily, but I think right now, Tony's definitely the more valuable player, and while those other 2 receivers are out. So it's hard to say. But right now, yes. But I mean, we could see, Bateman flourish into something great, but it's hard to say until we get actual sample size, right? Fantasy Mike, Debo Samuel, Adam Thielen, AJ Green, Devonta Smith, Pittman, and Godwin pick 3. Huh. I'd say Debo, Thielen, and Devonta Smith out of those guys. Don't mind AJ Green or Michael Pittman that much, though. Sweaty Southern Armpit, Sweat Saints, John. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Just had an itch. I started going for it, and I was like, oh, gosh, it's probably not the best thing for you guys to look at 2 in the morning. Fantasy Mike, Jacoby Myers, Hollywood Brown, Sutton, Devonta Smith, and Cooks pick 2. I would roll with Smith and Hollywood Brown. Or excuse me, Myers and Hollywood Brown out of those guys. Fancy Mike, Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack, or TJ Watt. Pick 1 to start your defense. Yikes. Those are a lot of good players. I mean, I think I'd roll with Aaron Donald, but I love me some Myles Garrett too. I think I have to roll with Aaron Donald though. Great fantasy Q&A tonight, man. You guys are absolutely killing it. The Catch fam is balling tonight. How long have we been going, guys? I don't have the ticker up. It's been quite some time. You guys are killing it. Endless Official, do you think starting CeeDee Lamb over Mike Williams would be a good move? I mean, I absolutely love Mike Williams still, man. I think his ceiling's a little bit higher. I think you stick with Mike Williams, especially if you have the conviction of him. I think it's a good game script for CD. He's due for a big game. Looking at your receivers, bro, I don't think you're going to make a bad start no matter what. But I would keep Mike Williams around, homie. Fancy Mike, Kenny Galladay, Jacoby Myers, or Marvin Jones? Tough call. I would say Myers versus Houston still. Love the matchup. Cleo, Fantasy Mikey doing the fantasy for all your league. He plays, he's setting DraftKings lineups. So he's got that's why he's got so many questions. Jerry, have you seen the new Venom movie? I have not. I haven't looked at any reviews for it either. It didn't look that great to me. I don't really necessarily like the way that they're marketing those movies. I mean, I love Carnage as a character, right? And I love Venom too. Uh, but no, I haven't seen it. I would like to go see it though. Been a lot of movies, a lot of good movies coming out that I like to go see. Uh, so yeah, I have not seen it though. I will watch it eventually though. Fantasy Mike, Kenny Galladay, C.D. Lamb, Jacoby Myers, Waddle, Mike Evans, and Devonta Smith. Pick three. I'd say Waddle versus Bucks. Why not? C.D. Lamb versus Giants. Why not? Jacoby Myers versus Houston. Why not? Good picks there. Chase, Doctor Strange. I fuck with Doctor Strange. That's my guy, man. What type of movies do you watch, John? Um, I watch all kinds of movies. I love movies. I watch a little bit of everything, man. I can't take any more fantasy talk. I mean, I'm not allowed to say that. Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that. I am getting pretty spacey at this point in the night, though. I'll be honest with you guys. It's getting to that point in the night. Let's see here. Kyle L or Jerry, Doctor Strange was a crazy movie. Yeah, it's a dope movie, man. I'm excited for the next one. Let's see here. Kyle Ellis, same league. Last question. 8-man PPR. Aaron Jones for Chubb and Hunt. Our running backs are Henry, Mixon, Carson, uh, Javante, Hubbard, and Dylan. No, I don't hate that trade. It gives you a lot of good depth, and you've got Henry, Mixon. I don't want to see you lose Aaron Jones, but I also don't hate the trade. Fantasy Mike. Let's see here. So I just want to make sure with the DKS lineup, I'll go ahead and make one. Let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and pause Madden so I can have the live chat on here. Let me see here. Oh, look, we're back, guys. How about that? All right, so I actually drafted or downloaded DraftKings already. So let's see here. You don't have to split any money with me either, homie, but I appreciate that. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm on the right. Oh yeah. All right, I'm going to do classic. Okay. Create a 9-player lineup while staying under $50,000 salary cap. Is that what I should do? I think that's what you typically do. All right. Classic, and then we're going to go with 12 games today at 1 p.m. So that should be all games. Chase, Connor, Sanders, or Devonta Smith, PPR flex. Leaning Connor if Edmonds is out. Yeah, I agree with that, bro. I like Connor this week. All right, are you getting big money players? We'll find out. We'll find out. All right, I'm just gonna do a $3 entry. So NFL 1.5 mil play action 1K to first 20 entry max. Let's see here. Show it on screen. That actually would probably make more sense. Yeah, good call. I was doing it on my phone. Give me 1 second here. Uh, Give me 1 second. I should be able to pull this up for y'all. Let's see. Endless official. Who's your favorite team? Probably watch football team. Unfortunately, I didn't even want to say it. Jordy, wow, you're still live. Yeah, bro, we're cooling, man. Saturday night late stream. Uh, it's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, hold on. Uh, Having some issues with DraftKings finding my location. Hold on 1 second. Is this any indication to who you're drafting next week, Jerry? Not necessarily. I mean, especially with it being based on a weekly basis. All right, let's see here. Okay, I think I'm set now. Chase Wilner, would you accept free Washington football tickets? The catch is you have to sit next to Dan Snyder. No, I would never want to sit next to Dan Snyder in my entire life. Good question, Chase. Uh, Endless Official. I've been a Titans fan since I can remember, and they were horrible all through my childhood. Feels good that we aren't as bad anymore. Yeah, absolutely, man. Uh, and I feel you there, man. It's good to stick with your home team and everything, brother. Fancy Mike, he's lying. All right, let's see here. Okay, so I think we're ready to roll here, and we'll go ahead and set this lineup. Uh, yeah, this should be exciting. All right, let's see here. Hold on. He already messed up. Hold on 1 second. Or maybe not. Unfortunately, fantasy catch up. There's no way I can zoom in on this. This is as good as it's gonna get. See Crip, what's up, brother? Good to see you tonight, homie, in the late night stream at this point. See Crip. Hey Catch, wanting to know Marvin Jones or Damian Harris. I love the play of Damian Harris versus Houston, man. I think it's fantastic, fantastic play. All right, let's get into this. So we got 50,000. Let's look for a sleeper QB. Let's look for a sleeper QB. Let's go with Trevor Lawrence. Let's spend little money on QB. What do you guys think? I think it's a bad idea. I kind of want Kyler Murray just because I don't have him in my league. Uh, let's see. Opponent rank. I want Kyler Murray, man. Uh, Fantasy Mike, I can see you played. Yeah, I set a couple lineups for the weekend. I told you I was going to, bro. I did the whatever, the thing where you put a little money in, it gives you some money. I set a couple for Thursday and I got destroyed. I didn't win anything. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'll be honest with you, bro. I'm trying my best though for the channel. For those of you guys who play DraftKings. All right, so I'm gonna roll Kyler Murray. Can I get Kyler Murray and Derrick Henry? Is that even feasible? Um, hold on. Let me move this down so you guys can see. Yeah, I got nothing right from that Thursday game, like whatsoever. All right, let me see here. We're gonna have to go pretty cheap after this if we can truly get Kyler and Derrick Henry in there. I want to try and roll with James Conner, and then I think we should be able to get some pretty cheap wide receivers. Let's get Chenault. Let's get Waddle. Let's add Tim Patrick. Tight end. Ooh, I want to go expensive at tight end, but I don't think we're going to be able to. Jerry, do you need to live in a place that allows sports gambling to play this? Yeah, you do. They attract your location and everything. All right, so we still have 89. Let's pick up a defense. Oh man. Wow, these defenses are expensive. Take a shot on the Cowboys. And that gives us some good money to spend after on the flex. DeAndre Swift is looking very nice. James Robinson is looking very nice. And Jamar Chase is looking very. I'm picking Jamar Chase. All right, what do you guys think? What do you think of this lineup? Kyler Murray, Derrick Henry, James Conner, Chenault, Waddle, Patrick Gesicki, Chase, and Cowboys. I like this. Let's enter it. All right, Fantasy Mike says we got to pick another one. Do it. I kind of like that squad, bro. This is a lineup for the weekend, right? Yes, it is. Oh, I don't want to switch any of those. All right, let's do this one. Oh, I just entered that again. Okay, we entered that twice. What were the wide receivers again? Oh, it should be. Here's a couple of the ones I did. Yeah, look, I did a couple of them, bro. Look at this one for the. Oh, I did one for the London game. That's right. I was kind of messing around with this. We've just put together Kyler Murray, Derrick Henry, James Conner, Jalen Waddle, Chenault Jr., Tim Patrick, Gesicki, and Chase with the Cowboys defense. Fancy Mike, you need to change some lineups for tomorrow. You stack heavy wide receiver and cheap running backs, QB, and tight end. Yeah, we'll play around with it. But you're saying, oh gosh, what is this? You're saying to go expensive at QB, RB and tight end. If that's the case, man, that's what we'll do next here for the second lineup. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm checking something real quick. All right, let's see here. Let me get back to the chat. Okay. I was actually, what I was looking up was just to make sure that it's okay for me to live stream this stuff. I didn't want to get a community strike or anything. All right, so we're going to go heavy running back, QB, and tight end. Is that what you think we should do, bro? Light at let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Let's pick up a cheap QB. You guys think that's a move? I want to start Heineke. Heineke or Lawrence? I want a really cheap quarterback. Is that a bad move? I don't know why I want a really cheap quarterback, but I do. Let's get Danny Dimes in this mix. Okay. Let's get 2 baller running backs. Let's get Derrick Henry again. I don't care about the price. I just want Derrick Henry on my team. James Robinson. I'm feeling pretty good about his price. I think we should just ball out and get like Kamara or Aaron Jones. Well, that's kind of a tough matchup. I kind of like Saquon. I think he's priced pretty well. I think we should go a little bit cheaper and get some stud wide receivers. Yeah, let's pick up Zach Moss. I like that start. And let's get some stud receivers on this team. Why not? Let's get Devontae. Let's get Justin Jefferson. Can we get Devontae Adams and Justin Jefferson on this team? Jerry, can you read out the prices, John? I'm watching on my phone. It's hard for me to see the price. Okay. Well, Danny Dimes is 6,000. Derrick Henry is 9,000. Zach Moss 55. Justin Jefferson 77. Devontae Adams 82. As I'm looking at a player, I'll call him out. AJ Brown at Jacksonville 6,500. I kind of like that. Jamar Chase at Cincinnati for 5,800. I feel like is a really good deal. Essen, what's going on, man? Good to see you in the chat tonight. Hope you're doing well, brother. Flex play Mike Davis or Jalen Waddle PPR. I like both of those guys. Jalen Waddle, a very good matchup versus Tampa Bay. Mike Davis against the Jets is a good play as well. I think Waddle gives you a higher ceiling, and Mike Davis gives you a lower ceiling, but maybe a safer floor. So it's hard to say. Good question though, Sin. Let me know if you got any other ones. Fantasy Mike, not enough money. Henry needs to go. Let me see what I can piece together, bro. See what we can piece together. Rolando, should I be confident about Dalvin Cook? I wouldn't necessarily be. I don't know if he's going to play, unfortunately. So I don't know. It's kind of probably going to be a game time decision, my guy. It's hard to say. You said Saquon was a good price. How much was he? He was 7,300, so not really. Just cheaper than Derrick Henry. Ascend, thoughts on Amari Cooper this week? I think he's got a high ceiling as always, man. I think it's a good matchup versus the Giants. Um, so yeah, I think it's a good game script for him this week, man. I like Amari this week. Rolando, I thought of playing Patterson, but he plays too early to decide it. I mean, I love Patterson versus the Jets, man. I think he's got a great matchup, bro. I like that play quite a bit, but I know it's tough when you're potentially starting Dalvin Cook or not as well. Does the injury concern you for Cooper? Not necessarily, man. Not necessarily. Amari Cooper's always injured, so not necessarily at all. Yeah. Any new faces rolling through at this point in the stream? Hope you guys consider becoming part of the Catch fam, and if not, man, uh, guys coming out tonight for the stream? It's getting late, guys. We're really doing it big tonight, guys. All right, let's pick up a defense, sleeper defense here. Ooh. Dude, Mike, you're gonna hate this lineup, bro. Doing a great job. Okay, I don't know, man. It's gonna get pretty dicey here. We only got 7,800 to spend. And we just need like a random defense. I'm gonna go ahead and shut Madden down because it's kind of making my CPU go crazy. Hold on one second. Okay, that's done. All right. Sen, I like Ravens defense this week. They're a little bit pricey. I don't mind them this week either, my guy. Rolando, if Cook is ruled out, I could play either Edmonds or CH. Edmonds is questionable, though. Okay, then I think you've got some pretty good options to keep you hanging there, man. John Simmons, I got Swift and Devonta Smith. I would roll with Devonta Smith, bro. I mean, I would roll DeAndre Swift. I'm sorry. Gosh, their names are so similar. And I'm going to roll with the Cardinals defense in this lineup because I think they've got a good shot at getting a turnover. And then we need a cheap ass tight end, too. Oh, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. I think you might be right, man. We might need to cut someone. And it's probably Jamar Chase. Ooh, I don't think this is possible. We're going to like the bottom barrel. Yeah, I think we got to cut Jamar Chase. Oh, I'm sorry, John Simmons. I remember I asked who to trade for, and I ended up trading Najee for Swift. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. It's getting late. It's getting late, guys. I do apologize. Nice, nice. I think it's a good trade, bro. Good work. I like it a lot. Truly do. Oh, man, I don't know about this lineup anymore. Let's throw Chenault Jr. in here. Now we got a little bit more money to work with. All right, let me see here. Man, I think Evan Ingram could be kind of sneaky this week. And Zach Ertz. Let's try and throw Gasecki in there. Oh, dude, is there anyone available for 1,700? John Simmons. Now, do I start Kadarius Toney or Zach Moss at flex? Zach Moss. I like Zach Moss a lot more. Oh, I don't think we can do this lineup. Who's even available for? Oh, there's no one available for 1,700. All right, so we got to cut probably Derrick Henry, which gives us a lot more money. A lot more. All right, let's throw Saquon Barkley in there, and that gives us at least 3,400 to roll with. Oh gosh, we're really betting on the Giants here. Jerry, drop Henry for Saquon and get some money back. Yeah, absolutely, man. That's what we ended up doing, broski. Wow, we had the same thought. Nice. Yeah, we did. That was wild. Uh, John Simmons. Now I'm running with Josh Allen, Dawson Knox, and Zach Moss. You're not the only one, man. A lot of people stacking that team this week, man, and for good reason. Man, we need one more flex. Zach Ertz. This is the worst lineup of the night. We're making another lineup. I think that could work out. Riding that Bills train. Yeah, we sure are, man. We sure are. All right, let's go start another lineup. I'll do one more for you guys because that was kind of awful. Bacardi spiced. Bro, this is pretty fun. Might have found you a new thing to do during live streams. Yeah, we could do this from time to time for sure. I do want to look more into it, make sure I'm not doing anything against policy, but I don't think I found anything when I first searched. Just like an hour, maybe. Yeah, on the Saturday night streams, we can do this for sure. I just want to double check, make sure that I'm allowed to do this live and not get any like community strikes or anything. Let's see here. I want to roll with. I want a lineup that's got Sam Darnold in here. Uh, Jack Keenan, what's going on, brother? Gibson or Swift this week? I don't like Gibson's matchup versus the Saints at all. And he's a little banged up. So personally, I'd roll with Swift, man. I know Swift's a little banged up too, but he's got a far better matchup than Gibson. Fancy Mike, I've seen others do this, but the copyright would suck. So do research. Word. Jerry, don't worry about the community strikes. Already reported your channel. Thanks, bro. All right, so you're saying two cheap running backs and a tight end, bro, and cheap QB, and use three heavy wide receivers and flex. Let's see here. Okay, cheap QB. Let's get Sam Darnold. Two cheap running backs. Okay. James Conner, Zach Moss, very cheap. And let's get a cheap tight end as recommended. Oh, that's not cheap. Yo, 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 yo. 193. Williams, Chase, or AB in the flex. I really like Chase this week, bro. The secondary for Green Bay is banged up. So yeah, I like Chase. Mike, 6,100 is cheap. Do you, bro? We're figuring it out as we go, brother. Dude, I feel like Dawson Knox is so cheap, though. Right? Bet. Yeah, yo, yo, yo. 193. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night, homie. I feel like we gotta have a lineup with Tyreek Hill. Why not? All right, now we got $1,900 to pick out three receivers. Higgins coming back, so wasn't sure. Yeah, it's a good point, man. But I do like Jamar Chase this week, bro. I truly do. I want DJ Moore on my squad. Get a D first. Okay, let's do that. But I want DJ Moore. Then split your money. Fair enough. Bro, give me the Pats. All right, now we got three receivers and they need to be around 5,000. Can we do that? We'll find out. Let's take a chance on T. Higgins. Why not? Let's get Chenault for sure. Love that matchup. Is that Hollywood Brown? Who's 58? Or Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Miles Sanders, Ooh, I like Myers at Houston too. Let's take Hollywood Brown though. I like that. Look at that. That's a pretty good lineup. Following our guy Fantasy Mike's strategy. Why not? I like this lineup. John Simmons, what's your favorite NFL team? Washington football team, baby. Ride Daddy, Damian Harris or Zach Moss. Both very good matchups, of course. Zach Moss versus a non existent Kansas City defense, and then Damian Harris versus a non existent Houston defense. So I think you can honestly flip a coin, but I think the game script is probably better for Zach Moss. All right, let's make one more lineup while we're here, guys. Why not? We're already here. Let's do let's just keep doing 14. Seat grip, Hurts or Daniel Jones this week. Uh I like both of them for sure. I think it's good game scripts either way. I think if you've had Hurts starting, you can just continue to roll with him, man. But I definitely do like both. Man, any new faces rolling through to the stream, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, become part of the Catch fam tonight. But nonetheless, man, appreciate you guys coming out to the late night stream. Alex R., Hunt, Patterson, Moss, Fournette, Godwin, Emmanuel Sanders. Who do I start for both RBs, wide receiver 2, and flex? Okay. I would start, quite honestly, man. I mean, I like Godwin and Sanders, all right, but I would start Hunt, Patterson, Moss, and Godwin. I'd leave Fournette and Emmanuel Sanders out. Think you could flip a coin between Godwin and Emmanuel Sanders, though. Moss, ride that Bills trade, baby. Yeah, I'm all over the Bills this week, bro. Truly am. All right, let's find a very cheap QB. Why not? Dude, is it crazy? I want to make a lineup with Heineke because I'm about to do it. Putting Heineke in, bro. Feel like in some of these lineups, you got to take some chances on some guys no one talks about. Let's take Heineke in honor of the Catch fam and the Washington football team. Okay. Let's find some less expensive. Let's make it just a misfit team here. Jerry, damn, I'm going to check out. It's been a fun time talking to everyone this Saturday night. Appreciate you as always, Jerry. We'll see you soon, brother. Get some rest, man. Have a good Sunday. Always good to have you here, brother. Thanks for coming out as always, man. Appreciate you, dog. Uh, peace out, brother. Luke Paul, full PPR, pick one, Myers, Beasley, or Claypool. Thanks. Yeah, of course, brother. Uh, let's see here. I would roll with Myers versus Houston, bro. It's such a good matchup. I like Myers quite a bit. I like Beasley all right. It's another good matchup. Claypool's probably my least favorite out of them, but personally, if it's me, I'd roll with Myers. But good question, Luke Paul. Thanks for the question, man. Some new faces coming out here in the late hours. Hope you guys consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, appreciate you guys coming out and throwing out some fantasy Q&A. If you're picking that QB, he's got to throw TDs to someone, so take McLaurin makes sense, right? Yeah, let's add McLaurin. Why not? You know how I feel about Scary Terry, bro. Do it. Let's find some cheaper running backs. Let's get James Robinson. And then let's see here. Let's add Damian Harris. Why not? Then let's go pretty big at receiver. Let's go ahead and get a defense, I guess. Let's get a cheaper defense in this lineup, man. Let's get the Vikings against Detroit. Why not? Let's get our tight end. Let's get a cheap tight end. Ooh, I don't know to pick a tight end. Back to that. All right, let's see here. So 22. We don't have a crazy amount of money. We probably want to be closer to the 6 and 5s here. I feel like there's quite a few good options at receiver in this kind of range of things. Let's see here. We take a chance on Jalen Waddle? Why not? Versus Tampa Bay, pretty cheap receiver. That should give us. Let's find Chenault too, man. I really feel good about Chenault this week. And then let's get a pretty another expensive wide receiver because we probably need one in the flex. Dude, is this crazy to pull off Devontae Adams and Dalton Schultz? Let's go. I like this lineup. I like this lineup, man. Yeah, I like this lineup. It's very random. Do one more lineup, but have the chat pick it for you. That would be so sick. All right, let's do it. Last lineup of the night. You guys help me pick it. All right. Final lineup of the night, and then we'll wind down the stream as we're moving in. 2, almost 3 in the morning. Do probably have to head off here soon, guys. But yeah, you guys pick the team. We'll see how it does. Let's win John the millions. These are like $1 entries, so I don't think that's possible. Start with quarterback. So let's see. We've got Patty Mahomes is 8,200, Josh Allen 81, Kyler Murray 8, Lamar Jackson 76. Let's scroll down a bit. Joe Burrow 61. Who do you think, Fancy Mike? Who do you think? A-Rod 71. Tannehill sneaky. I kind of like Tannehill 6,400. What do you guys think about Tannehill? You think Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow or Tannehill? I think I'm rolling with well, I don't know. I don't really care. You guys pick. Let's roll with Joe Burrow. Fancy Mike, I feel alone. Running back. Should we go heavy running back? Our heavy receiver. I feel like the last lineup was not heavy in terms of running back. Be kind of fun to pick a couple running back. Cheap running backs. Okay, let's see here. Let's go pretty far down and start up. All right, let's see. Let's get the cheapest running backs available, okay? All right, Harris, Moss, and now heavy at wide receiver. Let's pick our tight ends first. I mean, dude, I just feel like Gasecki, Dawson Knox, and Dalton Schultz are just the best values at tight end. Don't you guys agree? All right, we want DJ Moore, Jamar Chase. I'm good at that. This is so cheap this week, bro. And Knox. All right, let's find Mr. Dawson Knox. Oops, I just saw him. All right, now we need some more wide receivers. Or should we just go ahead and pick our defense so we know how much money to split? Let's see here. Vikings, yeah, I like that call, bro. They're so cheap. I don't mind that call. Now we got so what 61.50 between two wide receivers. So we could go Devonta Smith. I mean, basically any two. Well, I guess we could do. I guess we could stay in kind of the 665 range and just make next receivers a little bit cheaper. We already got Jamar Chase, Marvin Jones. He's cheap. All right, so that leaves us with 66. I think we should take one of these top guys. Thielen, Deontay Johnson, AJ Brown. AJ Brown or Keenan Allen's kind of where I'm leaning right here. Let's take a chance on AJ Brown. Why not? Keep exploiting that matchup. All right, there it is. Final lineup of the night. Why not? That was fun. We'll see how we do. I'll get you guys updated next week. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Feel better with that lineup, am I right? Yeah, those are fun, man. That was a good time. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream for the night. Saturday night late stream, always a blast, guys. Always appreciate you guys coming out to these. Thanks, bro. Yeah, absolutely, Fantasy Mike. You're welcome, dog. That was fun. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate all of the Catch fam. Appreciate any of the new members coming out tonight, man. Great stream, man. We went for quite some time, man, but that's what Saturday night stream's all about, man. Great turnout tonight. Fantastic fantasy Q&A. I mean, you guys just absolutely killed it. Brought up absolutely great questions tonight, man. Tonight was a absolute blast. A good night, Nick Gomez. Thanks for stopping by, dog. Super excited, man. Week 5 is here. Gonna be more excited. It's gonna be a great week. It's gonna be a great week of football, guys. So stay updated with the channel, man. Hit that notification bell. Make sure you guys don't miss a single video, a single live stream. Hopefully we'll be streaming before the game start tomorrow. If we miss that one, then we'll definitely be here Sunday night and vice versa. If we do the pregame Sunday stream, then may not be here Sunday night, but we'll be here at some point tomorrow for sure. And nonetheless, man, appreciate all you guys. Appreciate everyone coming out tonight, man. A super fun time, man. You guys are the best. Can't tell you how much I truly appreciate all of the Catch family, man. And really got nothing else to say. Everyone have a great Sunday. Everyone stay tuned for more content, man. Catch fam is large in numbers. Community is growing by every day, every night, man. You guys are the best. You guys are truly awesome. So appreciate all you guys coming out tonight. Good night, Fantasy Mike. Good night to everyone else. Everyone have a great Sunday and a safe Sunday as well. And I got nothing else to say except thank you guys so much for watching and or listening. And remember, you saw it here on the Catch, and peace.